चतुर्सुरे सुतराज्यलक्ष्मी धन्यश्च आजवतस जददाद रन्ना मंडलस्नि सदा तुच्छव भूत्वा दीनगणे शतो करुणया मंडलपति शनि सदा तुच्छव भूत्वा दीनगणे शतो करुणया कौपीन कंठास्थितौ गोपी भावरसामृताब्दलहरी गोपी भावरसामृताब्दलहरी कल्लो लमग्नमः वन्दे रूप सनातन रघुजुगौ श्रीजी भगो पालक देवी के हे नंद सुन कुतः हे राधे देवी के चललिते हे नंद सुनकुतः श्री गोवर्धन पादपतले कालिंदी वने कुतः राधे ब्रज देवी के चललिते हे नंद शूनक कुतः श्री गोवर्धन पादपतले कालिंदी वने कुतः गोसंतापिते सर्वतो ब्रजपुरे खेदै विह्वलौ वन्दे रूप सनातन रघुयुगौ गो संतापिते सर्वतो ब्रजपुरे खेदै महाविह्वलौ वन्दे रूप सनातन रघुयुगौ बालक कृष्ण कीर्तन गान नर्तन परम प्रेमामृतम मनीहि धीर धीर जनप्रिय प्रियकरौ हिमांशरौ पूजितौ चैतन्य कृपा भर भुवि भुव वहन तारक वंदे रूप सनातन जगजुग वंदेहं श्री गुरु श्रीयुता पदकमलं श्री गुरु वैष्णवांश्च श्रीरूपं साग्रजातं सहगना रघुनाथान्वितं तं सजीवं साद्वैतं सावधूतं परिजनसहितं कृष्ण चैतन्यदेवं श्रीराधा कृष्णपादां सहगना ललिता श्रीविशाखान्वितांश्च हरे कृष्णा कृष्ण कृष्ण हरे 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 राम 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 हरे हरे
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare,
Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhara Srivasadi Gaur Bhaktivedanta
Bhaja Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhara Srivasadi Gaur Bhaktivedanta
Bhaja Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhara Srivasadi Gaur Bhaktivedanta
Bhaja Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhara Srivasadi Gaur Bhaktivedanta
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Govindam Adipurusham Tamaham Bhajami
Vandeham Sri Guru Sri Juta Padakamalam Sri Gurum Vaishnavangsam Sri Rupam Sakrajatam Sahagana Raghunathanvitam Svam Sajivam Sadvaitam Savadhutam Parijana Sahitam Krishna Chaitanya Devam Sri Radha Krishna Padam Sagana Lalita Sri Vishakhanitanstam Sri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Sri Advaita Gadadhar Sivasadi Gaur Bhakta-vrinda Sri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Sri Advaita Gadadhar Sivasadi Gaur Bhakta-vrinda Sri Krishna Chaitanya
That's YouTube, right? Okay. Okay, now, can you grab me a book from there? I'll stick it under my iPad so that the camera works, because the camera's over here. Big book. I'll need. Just one should be enough. There we go. Hare Krishna. Thank you. Oh. And a good sized Kleenex. So, you got a copy of this? Whoa.
We couldn't create a shorter one.
Couldn't create a shorter one, so you made a big one. That's all right. Just going to be hard for me to turn. Yeah, somebody's going to have to turn the pages for me. Hi Krishna, can you hear us okay, Rasa? Rasa Nandini? You're on mute. I'm on mute. Oh, okay, there you go. Hare Krishna. Can you hear me, Rasa? Yep. Good, thank you. So we have the privilege of offering this prayer to Srila Prabhupada, written by His Grace Gopavrindesh Das Brahmachari. What inspired you to write this prayer?
I was thinking about Prabhupada over, past few months. So different thoughts of Prabhupada was coming. So as and when it is coming, it was coming in a more poetic form.
Okay. His uncle, is it?
Uncle, yeah.
His uncle is a Sanskrit professor. So this kind of gives you an indication of the pedigree of his line. Right. My uncle was definitely not a Sanskrit professor. I think he was an accountant for Hare scarves. Yeah. So, and with the assistance of some senior Vaishnavas who've also had an opportunity to, what should we say, critique?
Yes.
Yeah, critique and fine-tune. Yeah. We now have, on the occasion of Srila Prabhupada's 125th anniversary, Gopavrindesh Prabhu has prepared this set of, he's calling it a Dashakam, right? But actually there's 11. So that's an Ekadashakam as far as I can work out. Isn't it?
Yeah, but generally, even the Ashtakam, say Guru Ashtakam, it's called Ashtakam, but there are 9 verses.
I know.
So in that way,
But we only sing 8.
we sing only 8. But
Yeah.
the prayer, it's a
The introduction.
no, the last one, the 11th one, that is the blessings. So you can have either blessings or prayers. I don't have any ability to do blessings, so I had to pray.
Okay, good. All right. Well, let's see if we can do this justice. I can't read the Sanskrit, obviously, but I have sung this a couple of times. I sang it to a Chincharupa the other day. But let's see how we go. We may need to practice this, but Gauranga Divyokti Daya Bivasham Vedata Guyojvalana Pradipam Gauranga Divyokti Daya Bivasham Vedata Guyojvalana Pradipam Dinadamodhara Mahadayabdhim Vande Dayarti Prabhupada-natam. Vande Dayarti Prabhupada-natam. Goranukam-panvita Divya Bhavam Rupopadeshamrita Dhanadaksham Rupopadeshamrita Dhanadaksham Vinoda Siddhanta Kripaika Bhajam Vande Dayarti Prabhupada-natam. Gata samsara dukkha tvaya tapabhajam kamanda samohitar kamabhajam Satvaika Sanjivana Divya Vaidhyam Vande Dayarti Prabhupada-natam. Vande Dayarti Prabhupada-natam. Chaitanya Kalpa Truma Sadphalanam Chiteshu Bijani Muda Jananam. Aropayantam Druma Palakam Tam Vande Dayarti Prabhupada-natam. Dayarti Prabhupada-natam. Yasyana Jadharinama Mantram Shrudvapi loka param pavitram Mantram Shrudvapi loka paramam pavitram Sankirtayanti sma paratamatram Vande Dayarti Prabhupada-natam. Vande Dayarti Prabhupada-natam. Yasyoika Bhaktya Prakatikitayam Krishno Vatimo Nija Bhakti Gostyam Bhaktya Prakatikitayam Gostyam Purayata Sri Vasudeva Patnyam Vande Dayarti Prabhupada-natam. Devayati Prabhupada Govinda Damani Kalo Dharanyam Samshuddha Chiteshu Mahadhamanam Samstapayan yopi samasvayam tam vande dayati Prabhupadanatam Vande dayati Prabhupadanatam Sri Krishna Sankirtana Vahininam Sukhamaveyat kripayaiva shaktam Sankirtana vahininam Sukhamaveyat kripayaiva shaktam Nimangtum etad Bhuvanam sutaptam Vande dayati Prabhupadanatam Rupo yata gora Manobilasam astapaya lokitaya bumyam Hitaya bumyam sedanta vancham kritavantatatvam Vande dayati Prabhupadanatam Vande dayati Prabhupadanatam Tavanuganam Virahaturanam Tvad prema magnashaya Chatakanam Tvad prema magnashaya Chatakana Karunya Vasham Tava Divya Vakyam Vande Dayati Prabhupadanatam Dayati Prabhupadanatam Tamohitastam Mama Chitta Vritim Prachara Sakya Paraya Paratam Tim Prachara Sakya Paraya Paratam Sanjivaye Sanjali Sevanatam Vande Dayati Prabhupadanatam Vande Dayati Prabhupadanatam Vande Dayati Prabhupadanatam Vande Dayati Prabhupadanatam Prabhupadanatam Vande Dayati Prabhupadanatam Jaya Prabhupada 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 Jaya Prabhupada Jaya Prabhupada 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 Jaya Prabhupada We're still singing. Okay. All glories to Sri Guru and Sri Gauranga. All glories to Sri Radhaballabha. Srila Prabhupada Daya Dasakam. On the occasion of His Divine Grace, A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami Prabhupada's 125th Vyasa-puja. This Srila Prabhupada Daya Dasakam is being offered in honour of His Divine Grace. Offering my humble and respectful obeisances, I pray for the mercy of Srila Prabhupada, my master and protector, who profusely showers the mercy of the divine instruction of Sri Gauranga Mahaprabhu, and like a radiant lamp, brilliantly illuminates the most confidential meaning of Vedic literatures. Being an ocean of mercy, He uplifts the consciousness of even the most wretched and the lowest of mankind. Offering my humble and respectful obeisances, I pray for the mercy of Srila Prabhupada. Just turning my sound off. My master and protector, who is imbued with the compassionate mood of Sri Gauranga Mahaprabhu, a master in disseminating the nectarian teachings coming in the line of Srila Rupa Goswami, and the recipient of the special mercy of his spiritual master, Srila Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati Thakur, and of Srila Bhaktivedanta Thakur. Vinoda Siddhanta Kripaika Bhajam. Offering my humble and respectful obeisances, I pray for the mercy of Srila Prabhupada, my master and protector, who is a transcendental doctor, awarding fresh lives to those who are blinded by material lust, bewildered by illusion, bound by fruitive work, and thus being consumed in the fire of threefold material miseries. Samsara dukkha traya tapabhajam. Offering my humble and respectful obeisance, I pray for the mercy of Srila Prabhupada, my master and protector, who is a transcendental gardener, blissfully sowing seeds in the form of pure faith, of the ripened fruit of the desire tree of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, which is love of Godhead, in the hearts of people in general. Hearing the pure chanting of the Hare Krishna Mahamantra, which is the highest process of purification in the age of Kali, from Srila Prabhupada's lotus mouth, even ordinary people started selflessly performing Sankirtan exclusively for the welfare of humanity at large. Offering my humble and respectful obeisances, I pray for the mercy of Srila Prabhupada, my master and protector. Sri Krishna, the Supreme Personality of Godhead, has incarnated in the society of devotees that is manifested by Srila Prabhupada's pure and unflinching, loving, devotional service. In the same way that Krishna had appeared in the previous yuga within the womb of Mother Devaki to reciprocate with her loving devotional service. Offering my humble and respectful obeisances, I pray for the mercy of Srila Prabhupada, my master and protector. Whoops, there goes my... This is just a little bit better here. Okay. Offering my humble and respectful obeisances, I pray for the mercy of Srila Prabhupada, my master and protector, who in the wretched age of Kali has established the abodes of Lord Govinda all over the world, and also in many purified hearts, including the hearts of those amongst the lowest of mankind. Being a real and complete spiritual shelter, he continues to do so even now. Offering my humble and respectful obeisances, I pray for the mercy of Srila Prabhupada, my master and protector, by whose causeless mercy alone this world, burning in the fierce threefold miseries, may now drown in an ocean of bliss formed of the numerous rivers of glorification of the Supreme Personality of Godhead, Sri Krishna. Srila Rupa Goswami fulfilled the innermost desire of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu by establishing his mission in the material world for the welfare of humanity. Similarly, you, Srila Prabhupada, fulfilled the most cherished desire of Srila Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati Thakur to establish Krishna consciousness all over the world. Offering my humble and respectful obeisances, I pray for the mercy of Srila Prabhupada, my master and protector. Your Chataka-like followers who are immersed in love for you feel pangs of separation from your physical presence. Their distress is alleviated by the outpour of mercy from the rain cloud of your divine instructions, just as the pangs of thirst experienced by Chataka birds are alleviated by the water of rain clouds. Offering my humble and respectful obeisances, I pray for the mercy of Srila Prabhupada, my master and protector. My inner life is bitten by the poisonous serpent of ignorance, and I am almost like a dead man. I pray for a renewed life filled with transcendental potency to preach the message of Krishna consciousness for the welfare of others. Offering my humble and respectful obeisances, I pray with folded hands for the mercy of service at the lotus feet of Srila Prabhupada, my master and protector. Vande Dayati Prabhupada Natham. Sanjivaye Sanjali Sevanartham. Very nice. Are we going to get one of these every year from now on? Or once every 125 years? Very nice. Thank you, Gopavrindesh Prabhu. Om Jnana Timirandasya Gyananjana Salakaya Chakshurun Militam Jena Tasmai Shri Gurave Namaha Shri Chaitanya Manobhishtam Stapitam Jena Bhutale Svayam Rupa Kada Mahiyam Dadati Svapadantikam Mokam Karoti Vachalam Pangum Langayate Garim Yat Kripa Tamaham Bande Sri Gurum Dinatarinam Nama Om Vishnu Padaya Krishna Prestaya Bhutale Srimate Bhaktivedanta Swami Niti Namane Namaste Saraswati Deve Gauravani Pracharine Nirvisesha Sunyavadi Paschatya Deshatarine Srila Prabhupada Ki Jai. So, how many devotees do we have present here at the moment? About a dozen or so. Right? Okay. If you've got an offering for Srila Prabhupada, can you raise your virtual hands, please? And here, who's got an offering? Raise your hands. Nobody? Okay. Yep. Bhakta has? Okay, thank you. Rasa, what about you? Okay, I'll read the meaning of Vyasa-puja. Oh, actually, hang on. We'll start here. This is... Yeah, I'll read from the meaning of Vyasa-puja. This is written by Jagatarini Mataji. Oh, okay. The meaning of Vyasa-puja. In the Bhagavad Gita, Sri Krishna tells us that he is present everywhere in the form of time, and that by time's power alone, everyone and everything is destroyed. The influence of time is so subtle that we feel it as change. Changes we desire and changes we hate at every moment. So time, which is Krishna himself, may appear to be a ruthless dictator. Time is destruction, and all manifestations are to be vanquished by the desire of the Supreme Lord. That is the law of nature. Bhagavad Gita, chapter 11, text 32, purport. As long as we have the intention to dominate matter, as long as we want power and control, we are subject to creation and destruction under the superior power of God. However, for those who are searching for truth and happiness beyond the desire to exploit matter, there is a different plan. Throughout history, such persons have been advised to seek the help of saints. When a saintly Vaishnava appears in the world, we never want to forget him. Although outwardly such saints come under the jurisdiction of time, inwardly they do not. The Vedic tradition, recognising the importance of these saints, have instituted Guru worship to be performed annually by disciples on Guru-Purnima, which falls just before the first month of Chaturmasya. Sannyasis, who are meant to lead society by their ideal example, were also to worship their gurus in their parampara on their own birthday, along with worshipping Srila Vyasadeva on Guru Purnima. Thus, the Vedic culture, being the most comprehensive spiritual tradition known to humankind, established Vyasa-puja in ancient times and insisted that anyone desiring freedom from the tyranny of time accept the principle of serving and worshipping their spiritual master. This ancient institution of Guru-puja was also meant to keep saints alive and present long into the future. We members of the International Society for Krishna Consciousness are fortunate to have been requested by Srila Prabhupada not only to perform annual worship of our Founder-Acharya, but to keep him firmly present in our lives through daily worship as well. Sometimes in the midst of our very busy lives in this passionate world, we overlook the significance of the debt we owe Srila Prabhupada. Yet, it is a fact that each of us, whether his initiated disciple, grand disciple, or great-grand disciple, lives within the shelter for us. Lives within the shelter he established for us. In that shelter we are safe to serve, practice our sadhana, and express our personal faith. Because we get knowledge, Vedic knowledge, from the That must be rishis, I think. There's a spelling error here. It says rishi with two V's. Rishi VV. I think that should be rishis. Because we get knowledge, Vedic knowledge from the rishis, we must be debtor. Guru Rina. debtor to the spiritual master, to the sages, to the saintly persons, because we are getting knowledge from them. Therefore, the Vyasa-puja is there. Once in a year, the disciples are worshipping the spiritual master and trying to repay what he has received from the spiritual master. Our relationship with God is a fact. Lecture, 11th of July 1974 in Los Angeles. We have heard Srila Prabhupada speak on numerous occasions about the purpose of his Krishna consciousness movement. He never failed to warn us about the dangerous position in which we find ourselves in this world, which is fast entering the ignorance of Kali Yuga. He knew that degradation on all fronts is unavoidable. Yet, he still delivered to the West, and later again to India and the East, a message of hope. In the same July 1974 lecture, he stated, "And how can one be happy? So many sinful activities are going on. How they expect to become happy? It is not possible. Sober man becomes unhappy. Paradukkha, especially Vaishnava. A Vaishnava has no problem for himself, but he has many problems for others." When Srila Prabhupada was first establishing his mission, he left Sri Vrindavan Dham, where he was living peacefully, where he was fully happy, and travelled to various places in India to share Krishna consciousness and enlist the help of people he knew. Each of them respected his determination and devotion, but none of them believed he could bring about any significant change in the world. But they were all mistaken. His mission was to give Krishna consciousness to the world, and his vision for how he would accomplish this included publishing and distributing his books. In the Srila Prabhupada Leela-Amrita we read, Srila Prabhupada's ambition was to replace mundane literature with transcendental. At least in every home there should be one piece of Krishna conscious literature. He reasoned, because if a person read only one page, his life could be turned toward perfection. If 1% of the readers become devotees, he wrote, that will change the world. When Srila Prabhupada finally travelled to the West, he brought with him the Yuga Dharma, the process that would transform the hell of the material world into Vaikuntha. He called this process devotional service, a complete lifestyle centred on chanting God's holy name and performing other services for him. Introducing this consciousness was how he would change everything. In Jaya Srila Prabhupada, Bhaktivedanta Swami writes, starting with 40 rupees and a trunk of books, Srila Prabhupada started an international movement comprising temples, farms, schools, and multiple volumes of books published in all major languages. Arriving in America at the fag end of his life, within 12 years he made Hare Krishna a household phrase and sowed the seeds of a cultural and spiritual revolution destined to change the world. Srila Prabhupada created a house in which the whole world could live, and we, his dedicated followers, are asked to assist his mission in whatever way we can. As a society, we should retain his transcendental vibrancy for thousands of years to come, and thereby keep his mission alive and faithful to his vision for it. Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, the avatar of Sri Krishna for Kali Yuga, who began the Sankirtan movement in Sri Dham Mayapur, also showed by his own example the significance and purpose of Vyasa-puja. In the Chaitanya Bhagavat, we hear about Nityananda Prabhu's mysterious arrival in Mayapur and how Lord Chaitanya, known them as Vishwambhara, sent all the Vaishnavas out to find him. No one could, and they returned puzzled. Nityananda Prabhu represents the Guru principle, and he was hiding. Only if Vishwambhara himself brought the devotees to where Lord Nityananda was, could they approach him. When Nityananda Prabhu and Vishvambara met, their exchange was extraordinarily auspicious, and the Vaishnavas were amazed to see the intense devotional sentiments they shared. The Vaishnavas felt greatly fortunate to witness such loving exchanges, and once the two lords were finally together, they became inseparable. Vishvambara said, "Tomorrow is the full moon day of Guru Purnima. Where will you celebrate Vyasa-puja?" Lord Nityananda wanted to observe the ceremony at the home of Srivas Pandit, and Srivas happily accepted the proposal. The following day, Srivas Pandit served as the Acharya for the Vyasa-puja observance, and on Vishvambara's order performed the rituals. Placing a beautiful garland in Lord Nityananda's hands, he instructed him to offer the garland to Srila Vyasadeva, the compiler of the Vedas. Acting as if he were bewildered, Nityananda did not follow Srivasa's direction, but instead looked around him until he saw Vishvambara. Then, breaking the established principle of worship, he approached the Lord and draped the garland around his neck. Here we are given an essential glimpse into the meaning of Sri Vyasa-puja. This sacred event of worshipping the Guru is meant to culminate in the worship of the Adi Guru, or the Supreme Person, who is the master of everyone and everything. In a lecture given in Hamburg in 1969 to a new group of followers, Srila Prabhupada enlightened us about the importance of praising one's spiritual master and how that praise is passed on to the Lord. All this eulogization about me, people outsider may think that this man is being flattered and he is hearing his own eulogization. But that is not the fact. It is the test. How they are receiving the message sincerely and expressing their feeling. So it is going to the Supreme Personality of Godhead as it has come through the channel of the cyclic succession. All these praises will also reach to Krishna through the disciplic succession. So it is not a personal thing. These things are required, just like in the military training. They are taught by the officers in a different way, in so many ways. Similarly, this is training of Krishna consciousness, so that the feeling of pure consciousness will reach to Krishna. Later at New Vrindavan in 1972, Srila Prabhupada again addressed his disciples on this topic. So, this is the position of a spiritual master. Don't misunderstand that. This person is sitting very comfortably and taking all honours and contribution. It is needed just to teach them how to respect the representative of God. This is the sum and substance of Vyasa-puja. Srila Krishnadas Kaviraj Goswami compares Lord Chaitanya, the Supreme Personality of Godhead, to both a gardener who plants and tends a tree and the trunk of the tree itself, which supports, sustains and generates the tree's growth. In commenting on this analogy, Srila Prabhupada describes ISKCON as a branch of that unlimited tree, which is both created and sustained by Krishna himself. In order for our ISKCON society to become vibrant, healthy, and powerful, we must remain connected to the branch, the trunk, and the gardener. When we offer our dedicated homages to Srila Prabhupada, this should be the internal purpose of our glorification. Sri Vyasa-puja is the opportunity we're given to remember our connection. And one last reflection on this important day. Having a careful understanding of the meaning and importance of Vyasa-puja is essential. But we should remember that there are no required formalities in Krishna consciousness. Our experience and success in bhakti depend on our intention as we practice it. Govinda Dasi describes how in Montreal in 1968, she observed Srila Prabhupada's birthday without understanding the formal procedures of the Vyasa-puja ceremony. With affection, she baked Srila Prabhupada the typical double-layer birthday cake one would offer someone celebrating a birthday in the West. After icing it, she brought it to his room with birthday candles aflame. He was surprised and raised his eyebrows in curiosity. When she told him this was how people celebrated birthdays in America, he simply nodded. She said, "Srila Prabhupada, now make a wish and blow out all the candles with one breath." Srila Prabhupada caught on, and with one deep whoosh of air, he blew out every candle on the cake. Then he laughed and said, "I have done good." Yes, Govinda Dasi laughed. "Now you will get your wish, but you don't have to tell me or anyone what you wished for." "I wish only for Krishna," he said, smiling, his voice deep, "for Krishna and Krishna's service." Now, over 50 years later, we are well trained in how to perform the proper ceremonies, yet at the same time, may we retain a kind, loving, open-hearted simplicity on this sacred occasion. And may we pray, as Srila Prabhupada prayed, that one day, by his grace, we too may wish only for Krishna and Krishna's service. This is the meaning of Vyasa-puja. Jagatarini Devi Dasi. Okay, so it's bona fide to blow out the candles on a birthday cake. But you have to do it with one breath. And pray for Krishna, not for yourself. Usually we pray for something for ourselves. Okay, let's read Srila Prabhupada's offering. Ooh, this is a long one. But this is our duty. The Universal Teacher. The following speech was given by Abhay Charanaravinda Das, His Divine Grace A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami Prabhupada, before the members of the Sri Gaudiya Math in Bombay in February 1936 on the occasion of Srila Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati Thakur's Vyasa-puja celebration. Sakshat Bharit Vena Samasta Sastraya Uktas Tata Bhavyata Eva Sadvihi Kintu Prabhoyaha Priya Eva Tasya Vande Guru Sri Charanaravindam. In the revealed scriptures, it is declared that the spiritual master should be worshipped like the Supreme Personality of Godhead. And this injunction is obeyed by pure devotees of the Lord. The spiritual master is the most confidential servant of the Lord. Thus, let us offer our respectful obeisances under the lotus feet of our spiritual master. Gentlemen, on behalf of the members of the Bombay branch of the Gaudiya Math, let me welcome you all because you have so kindly joined us tonight in our congregational offerings of homage to the lotus feet of the world teacher, Acharya Dev, who is the founder of the Gaudiya mission and the president Acharya of Sri Sri Vishva Vaishnav Raja Sabha. I mean my eternal divine master, Paramahamsa Parivrajikacharya Sri Sri Mad Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati Goswami Maharaj. 62 years ago, on this auspicious day, the Acharya Dev made his appearance by the call of Thakur Bhaktivinod at Sri Chetra Jagannath Dham at Puri. Gentlemen, the offering of such an homage as has been arranged this evening to the Acharya Dev is not a sectarian concern. For when we speak of the fundamental principle of Guru Dev or Acharya Dev, we speak of something that is of universal application. There does not arise any question of discriminating my Guru from yours or anyone else's. There is only one Guru who appears in an infinity of forms to teach you, me, and all others. Got that? The Guru, or Acharya Dev, as we learn from the bona fide scriptures, delivers the message of the absolute world, the transcendental abode of the absolute truth. We have heard so many times, Mahajanojena Gata Sapantaha. Traverse the trail which your previous Acharya has passed. But we have hardly tried to understand the real purport of this sloka. If we scrutinizingly study this proposition, we can understand that the Mahajana is one, and the royal road to the transcendental world is also one. In the Mundaka Upanishad 1.2.12 it is said, Tadvigyanatam sa gurum evabhigatschet samit panisrotriyam brahmanishtam. In order to learn the transcendental science, one must approach the bona fide spiritual master in disciplic succession who is fixed in the absolute truth. Thus it has been enjoined herewith that in order to receive that transcendental knowledge, one must approach the Guru. Therefore, if the absolute truth is one, about which we think there is no difference of opinion, the Guru also cannot be two. The Acharya Dev, to whom we have assembled tonight to offer our humble homage, is not the Guru of a sectarian institution or one out of many differing exponents of the truth. On the contrary, he is the Jagat Guru, the Guru of all of us. The only difference is that some obey him wholeheartedly, while others do not obey him directly. In the Bhagavatam 11.17.27 it is said, Acharyam mam vijaniyan navamanyeta kahichit namarcha buddhya suyeta savadeva mayo guru. One should understand the spiritual master to be as good as I am, said the Blessed Lord. Nobody should be jealous of the spiritual master or think of him as an ordinary man, because the spiritual master is the sum total of all the demigods. That is, the Acharya has been identified with God himself. He has nothing to do with the affairs of this mundane world. He does not descend here to meddle with the affairs of temporary necessities, but to deliver the fallen, conditioned souls. The souls, or entities who have come here to the material world with a motive enjoyment by the mind and 5 organs of sense perfection. He appears before us to reveal the light of the Vedas and to bestow upon us the blessings of full-fledged freedom, after which we should hanker at every step of our life's journey. The transcendental knowledge of the Vedas was first uttered by God to Brahma, the creator of this particular universe. From Brahma, the knowledge descended to Narada, from Narada to Vyasa-dev, and from Vyasa-dev to Madhva. And in this process of disciplic succession, the transcendental knowledge was transmitted by one disciple to another till it reached Lord Gauranga, Sri Krishna Chaitanya, who posed as the disciple and successor of Sri Ishvarapuri. The present Acharya Dev is the 10th disciplic representative from Sri Rupa Goswami, the original representative of Lord Chaitanya, who preached this transcendental tradition in its fullness. The knowledge that we receive from our Guru Dev is not different from that imparted by God himself. And the succession of the Acharyas in the preceptorial line of Brahma. We adore this auspicious day as Sri Vyasa-puja Tithi because the Acharya is the living representative of Vyasa-dev, the divine compiler of the Vedas, Puranas, Bhagavad Gita, Mahabharata and Srimad Bhagavatam. One who interprets the divine sound, or Shabda Brahma, by his imperfect sense perception cannot be a real spiritual guru, because in the absence of proper disciplinary training under the bona fide Acharya, the interpreter is sure to differ from Vyasadeva, as the Mayavadis do. Srila Vyasadeva is the prime authority of Vedic revelation, and therefore such an irrelevant interpreter cannot be accepted as the Guru or Acharya, howsoever equipped he may be with all the 5 acquirements of material knowledge. As it is said in the Padma Purana, Sampradaya Vinihaye Mantras Te Nishvala Mataha. Unless you are initiated by a bona fide spiritual master in the disciplic succession, the mantra that you might have received is without any effect. On the other hand, one who has received the transcendental knowledge by oral reception from the bona fide preceptor in the disciplic chain, and who has sincere regard for the real Acharya, must needs be enlightened with the revealed knowledge of the Vedas. But this knowledge is permanently sealed to the cognitive approach of the empiricists. As it is said in the Svetasvatara Upanishad 6.23, Yasya Deva Para Bhaktir. Yasya Deve Para Bhaktir, Yata Deve Tata Guru, Tatsyate Katita Hyartaha, Prakashante Mahatmanaha. Only unto those great souls who simultaneously have implicit faith in both the Lord and the spiritual master are all the imports of Vedic knowledge automatically revealed. Gentlemen, our knowledge is so poor, our senses are so imperfect, and our sources are so limited that it is not possible for us to have even the slightest knowledge of the absolute region without surrendering ourselves at the lotus feet of Sri Vyasadeva or his bona fide representative. There's a spelling error here, and they spelt lotus louts. Didn't do the spell check. Looks like. Every moment we are being deceived by the knowledge of our direct perception. It is all the creation or concoction of the mind, which is always deceiving, changing and flickering. We cannot know anything of the transcendental region by our limited perverted method of observation and experiment. But all of us can lend our eager ears for the oral reception of the transcendental sound transmitted from that region to this through the unadulterated medium of Sri Gurudev or Sri Vyasadeva. Therefore, gentlemen, we should surrender ourselves today at the feet of the representative of Sri Vyasadeva for the elimination of all our differences bred by our unsubmissive attitude. It is accordingly said in Sri Gita 4:34, Tadvidhi pranipatena pariprasnena sevaya upadeksyanti te jnanam jnaninas tattvadarshaniha. Just approach the wise and bona fide spiritual master. Surrender unto him first and try to understand him by inquiries and service. Such a wise spiritual master will enlighten you with transcendental knowledge, for he has already known the absolute truth. To receive the transcendental knowledge, we must completely surrender ourselves to the real Acharya in a spirit of ardent inquiry and service. Actual performance of service to the Absolute under the guidance of the Acharya is the only vehicle by which we can assimilate the transcendental knowledge. Today's meeting for offering our humble services and homage to the feet of the Acharya Deva will enable us to be favoured with the capacity of assimilating the transcendental knowledge so kindly transmitted by him to all persons without distinction. Gentlemen, we are all more or less proud of our past Indian civilization. But we actually do not know the real nature of that civilization. We cannot be proud of our past material civilization, which is now 1,000 times greater than in days gone by. It is said that we are passing through the age of darkness, the Kali Yuga. What is this darkness? The darkness cannot be due to backwardness in material knowledge, because we now have more of it. We now have more of it than formerly. If not, we ourselves, our neighbours, at any rate, have plenty advancement, but that we have lost the clue to our spiritual advancement, which is the prime necessity of no advancement of civilization from the primitive, uncivilized practice of dropping big stones on the heads of enemies from the tops of hills. Improvement in the art of killing our neighbours by means of machine guns and poisonous gases is certainly no advancement from primitive barbarism, which prided itself in its arts of killing by bows and arrows. Nor does the development of a sense of pampered selfishness prove anything more than intellectual animalism. True human civilization is very different from all these states, and therefore in the Katha Upanishad 1.3.14 there is the emphatic call, Uttishtata jagrata prapya varanni bodhata churasya dhara nishita duratyaya durgam patastat kavayo vadanti. Please wake up and try to understand the boon which you now have in this human form of life. The path of spiritual realization is very difficult. It is sharp like a razor's edge. That is the opinion of learned transcendental scholars. Thus, while others were yet in the womb of historical oblivion, the sages of India had developed a different kind of civilization, which enabled them to know themselves. They had discovered that we are not at all material entities, but that we are all spiritual, permanent, and indestructible servants of the Absolute. But because we have, against our better judgment, chosen to completely identify ourselves with this present material existence, our sufferings have multiplied according to the inexorable law of birth and death, with its consequent diseases and anxieties. These sufferings cannot be really mitigated by any provision of material happiness, because matter and spirit are completely different elements. It is just as if you took an aquatic animal out of water and put it on the land. Supply all manner of happiness possible on land. The deadly sufferings of the animal are not capable of being relieved at all until it is taken out of its foreign environment. Spirit and matter are completely contradictory things. All of us are spiritual entities. We cannot have perfect happiness, which is our birthright. However much we may meddle with the affairs of mundane things. Perfect happiness can be ours only when we are restored to our natural state of spiritual existence. This is the distinctive message of our ancient Indian civilization. This is the message of the Gita. This is the message of the Vedas and the Puranas. And this is the message of all the real Acharyas, including our present Acharya Dev in the line of Lord Chaitanya. Gentlemen, although it is imperfectly that we have been enabled by His grace to understand the sublime messages of our Acharya Dev, Om Vishnupad Paramahamsa Parivrajikacharya Sri Srimad Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati Goswami Maharaj, we must admit that we have realized definitely that the divine message from His holy lips is the congenial thing for suffering humanity. All of us should hear Him patiently. If we listen to the transcendental sound without unnecessary opposition, He will surely have mercy upon us. The Acharya's message is to take us back to our original home, back to God. Let me repeat, therefore, that we should hear Him patiently, follow Him in the measure of our conviction, and bow down at His lotus feet for releasing us from our present causeless unwillingness for serving the Absolute and all souls. From the Gita we learn that even after the destruction of the body, the Atma or the soul is not destroyed. He is always the same, always new and fresh. Fire cannot burn him. Water cannot dissolve him. The air cannot dry him up. And the sword cannot kill him. He is everlasting and eternal. And this is also confirmed in the Srimad Bhagavatam 10:84-13. Yasyatma buddhi kunupe tridatu ke swati kalatradashu boma ijyudhi yatirtha buddhi shalile nakahichich janeshva bigeshu saeva gokaraha. Anyone who accepts this bodily bag of three elements, bile, mucus and air, as his self, who has an affinity for an intimate relationship with his wife and children, who considers his land as worshipable, who takes bath in the waters of the holy places of pilgrimage, but never takes advantage of those persons who are in actual knowledge, he is no better than an ass or a cow. Right? Go kaharaha. Anyone who Unfortunately, in these days, we have all been turned foolish by neglecting our real comfort and identifying the material cage with ourselves. We have concentrated all our energies for the meaningless upkeep of the material cage for its own sake, completely neglecting the captive soul within. The cage is meant for the undoing of the bird. The bird is not meant for the welfare of the cage. Let us therefore deeply ponder this. All our activities are now turned toward the upkeep of the cage, and the most we do is try to give some food to the mind by art and literature. But we do not know that this mind is also material in a more subtle form. This is stated in the Gita 7:4. Bhumir apo nalo vayu kammano buddha evacha ahankara itiyame bhina prakritir ashtadha. Earth, water, fire, air, sky, intelligence, mind and ego are all my separated energies. We have scarcely tried to give any food to the soul, which is distinct from the body and mind. Therefore, we are all committing suicide in the proper sense of the term. The message of the Acharya Deva is to give us a warning to halt such wrong activities. Let us therefore bow down at his lotus feet for the unalloyed mercy and kindness he has bestowed upon us. Gentlemen, do not for a moment think that my Gurudev wants to put a complete break on the modern civilization. An impossible feat. But let us learn from him the art of making the best use of a bad bargain. And let us understand the importance of this human life, which is fit for the highest development of true consciousness. The best use of this rare human form should not be neglected. As it is said in Srimad Bhagavatam 11:9-29, Rabdva sudulabam idam bahu sambhavante manusyam artadam anityam apiha dhiraha turnam yateta na pated anumrityu nishreyasaya vishaya kalu savata syat. Human life is obtained after many, many births. And though it is temporary, it offers the highest benefits. Thus, a sober and intelligent man should immediately try to fulfill his mission and attain the highest profit in life before another death occurs. He should avoid sense gratification, which is available in all circumstances. Let us not misuse this human life in the vain pursuit of material enjoyment, Or in other words, for the sake of only eating, sleeping, fearing and sensuous activities. The Acharya Dev's message is conveyed by the words of Sri Rupa Goswami, Anashaktasya Vishayan, Yataham Upayunjataha, Nibandha Krishna Sambande, Yuktam Vairagyam Uchate, Prapanchikataya Buddhya Hari Sambandi Vastunaha, Mumukshubhi Parityago Vairagyam Falgu Katyate. One is said to be situated in the fully renounced order of life if he lives in accordance with Krishna consciousness. He should be without attachment for sense gratification and should accept only what is necessary for the upkeep of the body. On the other hand, one who renounces things which could be used in the service of Krishna under the pretext that such things are material does not practice complete renunciation. The purport of these slokas can only be realized by fully developing the rational portion of our life, not the animal portion. Sitting at the feet of the Acharya Dev, let us try to understand from this transcendental source of knowledge what we are, what is this universe, what is God, and what is our relationship with Him. The message of Lord Chaitanya is the message for the living entities and the message of the living world. Lord Chaitanya did not bother himself with the upliftment of this dead world, which is suitably named Matyaloka, the world where everything is destined to die. He appeared before us 450 years ago to tell us something of the transcendental universe, where everything is where everything is permanent and everything is for the service of the Absolute. But recently, Lord Chaitanya has been misrepresented by some unscrupulous persons, and the highest philosophy of the Lord has been misinterpreted to be the cult of the lowest type of society. We are glad to announce tonight that our Acharya Dev, with his unusual kindness, saved us from this horrible type of degradation. And therefore, we bow down at his lotus feet with all humility. Gentlemen, it has been a mania of the cultured or uncultured society of the present day to accredit the personality of Godhead with merely impersonal features and to stultify him by claiming that he has no senses, no form, no activity, no head, no legs, and no enjoyment. This has also been the pleasure of the modern scholars due to their sheer lack of proper guidance and true introspection in the spiritual realm. All these empiricists think alike. All the enjoyable things should be monopolized by the human society or by a particular class only, and the impersonal God should be a mere order supplier for their whimsical feats. We are happy that we've been relieved of this horrible type of malady by the mercy of His Divine Grace, Paramahamsa Parivrajikacharya Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati Goswami Maharaj. He is our eye-opener. Our eternal Father, our eternal preceptor, and our eternal guide. Let us therefore bow down at his lotus feet on this auspicious day. Gentlemen, although we are like ignorant children in the knowledge of the transcendent, still His Divine Grace, my Gurudev, has kindled a small fire within us to dissipate the invincible darkness of empirical knowledge. We are now so much on the safe side that no amount of philosophical argument by the empiric schools of thought can deviate us an inch from the position of our eternal dependence on the lotus feet of His Divine Grace. Furthermore, we are prepared to challenge the most erudite scholars of the Mayavad school and prove that the personality of Godhead and his transcendental sports in Loka alone constitute the sublime information of the Vedas. There are explicit indications of this in the Chandogya Upanishad 8.13.1. Syamats chavalam prapadye, savalach chaman prapadye. For receiving the mercy of Krishna, I surrender unto his energy, Radha, and for receiving the mercy of his energy, I surrender unto Krishna. Also in the Rig Veda 1, 2, 22, 20, Tad Vishnu paramam padam sada pasyanti surayo dviva chakshur atatam Vishnu yat paramam padam. The lotus feet of Lord Vishnu are the supreme objective of all the demigods. These lotus feet of the Lord are as enlightening as the sun in the sky. The plain truth, so vividly explained in the Gita, which is the central lesson of the Vedas, is not understood or even suspected by the most powerful scholars of the empiric schools. Herein lies the secret of Vyasa-puja. When we meditate on the transcendental pastimes of the absolute Godhead, we are proud to feel that we are his eternal servitors, and we become jubilant and dance with joy. All glory to my divine Master, for it is he who has out of his unceasing flow of mercy stirred up within us such a movement of eternal existence. Let us bow down at his lotus feet. Gentlemen, had he not appeared before us to deliver us from the thraldom of this gross worldly delusion, surely we should have remained for lives and ages in the darkness of helpless captivity. Had he not appeared before us, we would not have been able to understand the eternal truth of the sublime teaching of Lord Chaitanya. Had he not appeared before us, we could not have been able to know the significance of the first shloka of Brahma Samhita. Ishvaraha Parama Krishna Satchitananda Vigraha Anadiradi Govinda Sarvakaranakaranam. Krishna, who is known as Govinda, is the supreme Godhead. He has an eternal, blissful, spiritual body. He is the origin of all. He has no other origin, and he is the prime cause of all causes. Personally, I have no hope for any direct service for the coming crores of births of the sojourn of my life. But I am confident that someday or other I shall be delivered from this mire of delusion in which I am presently so deeply sunk. Therefore, let me, with all my earnestness, pray at the lotus feet of my Divine Master to allow me to suffer the lot for which I am destined due to my past misdoings, but to let me have this power of recollection that I am nothing but a tiny servant of the Almighty Absolute Godhead, realized through the unflinching mercy of my Divine Master. Let me therefore bow down at his lotus feet with all humility at my command. Abhay Charan Das for members, Sri Gaudiya Math, Bombay. Srila Prabhupada ki jai. Wow. Oh. Hare Krishna. What an amazing offering. Okay, radio. So hands up, who's got an offering? Okay. Rasa, you can go first, then Bhakta. You can hear it, can you? Oh, okay.
Srila Prabhupada's second priority verse declares that you are kindly preaching the message of Lord Chaitanya Dev and delivering the Western countries. In a letter to Bhagavatananda in 1972, Srila Prabhupada wrote, "If you do not set the example for the younger students and take the responsibility for instructing them in the right line, how will things go on? Try to always study our books and see our philosophy from different lights of directions. Become convinced yourself of this knowledge, and without a doubt, all of your difficulties of mind will disappear forever, and you will see Krishna face to face." So please forgive me, I don't have the intelligence to explain what I want to cover in this offering on my own. So with your permission, I'll depend on Tamal Krishna Maharaj's scholarly study. His posthumous book on the essential teachings of Srila Prabhupada, called A Living Theology of Krishna Bhakti, is based on his doctoral thesis. The introduction to Maharaj's book is written by Garuda Prabhu, and Garuda is a professor of philosophy and religion at Christopher Newport University in Virginia in America. Garuda writes, "This book focuses on the actions and practices of one teacher and how his presentation contributed a living theology to the ancient tradition of Krishna Bhakti, in that it assumed new dimensions that would reach and engage the faith of persons born to other traditions. So we can include people like me in this statement." The Garuda goes on to describe faith, and he says, "Faith is what stirs most deeply within human hearts. It is fully trusting in the highest thing we know and in what we most love. It moves out from the heart into the subtle realms of inner thought and then into engagement with the world. The very depths of faith are aligned with one's most profound sense of purpose and meaning in life, and even death becomes its handmaiden. The intricacies of faith, its innermost workings, and that form of discourse in which we examine it and illuminate it are the unique tasks of theology. While human faith takes numerous forms, while manifest as a very personal, as a collective vision within particular traditions or faith communities, each expression of faith in its own way reveals and yet articulates something mysterious nature. So now we move on, with your permission, kind devotees, to the focus of Goswami's work. This is Goswami is Tamal Krishna Maharaj, just to remind you. Goswami examines the essential elements in the life and teachings of his teacher, Srila Prabhupada. Those elements that are significant for understanding Srila Prabhupada's living theology, and sees these elements as dramatically embedded or culminating in true Mahavakyas, or great principles, that recur over and over throughout his written work. The first of Srila Prabhupada's Mahavakyas is that Krishna is, and I'll quote around this phrase, Krishna, the Supreme Personality of Godhead. So that's the first Mahavakya. And this is a highly embellished translation of at least two specific original Sanskrit words or phrases, namely Bhagavan and Krishnastu Bhagavan Swayam. The other Mahavakya is devotional service, a unique and telling translation of the Sanskrit word bhakti. Goswami uncovers the theological richness and significance of the consistent elements of these Mahavakyas. He brings, and so what I'm trying to present here, please forgive me, is by using Maharaj's vision, I'm trying to use his vision as a lens to focus on Srila Prabhupada's teachings. So Garuda Prabhu writes, Goswami brings the reader's attention to the tremendous frequency of these two Mahavakyas throughout Srila Prabhupada's work and significance of their repetitiveness. It is Goswami's contention that if one understands all that is behind these two Mahavakyas and the theological and meditative power behind them, one can better appreciate the living theology of Srila Prabhupada. Tamal Krishna Maharaj identifies living theology as the contemporary manifestation of a long and vital theological tradition. Furthermore, the phrase refers to a theology capable of bringing the whole practice of Krishna Bhakti fully into the lives of persons, not only in modern times, but around the globe in various cultures. Goswami expresses one intended meaning as Srila Prabhupada's unique capacity to breathe new life into the tradition. Goswami's interest is in understanding what it is about Prabhupada's theology that makes the Vaishnava tradition come alive in the latter half of the 20th century, to the extent that it is able to spread and take root in foreign lands. For example, here in Melbourne. Maharaj writes, this is a quote from Tamal Krishna Maharaj. I make for Prabhupada no claim of doctrinal inventiveness. Vedanta traditions avoids the idea of theological originality. Nevertheless, the fact that the basic Gaudiya Vaishnava system of thought enshrined 5 centuries ago can still be spoken about of as a current practice is to be credited not to the resilient craft of its original chief architects, but to their descendants as resourceful preservationists. And preservation is rarely a passive receptivity. In Prabhupada's case, to engage the text as part of a larger project of cultural transmission is to mine its rich repository of customs, values, and so on, so that it may produce a living theology in the West and around the world. So I'm coming to my conclusion, so please be patient. Here the reader will find that the author reveals what is needed, both a gentle and creative innovation relevant to what is happening now, and the maintenance of an informed literalism, nourished by a long-standing commentarial tradition. Tamal Krishna Maharaj finds that Prabhupada sustains this healthy tension. If there if there is too much innovation, the power of the original, its depth of vision are lost. If there is too little innovation, a tradition becomes lifeless, replete with empty ritual, or formulaic doctrine, formulaic doctrine, routinized practices. Thus, the balance between too much and too little innovation is critical and delicate. So, dear devotees, this is probably the most significant part of my reading of the book, of Tamal Krishna Maharaj's book. And just to return to Srila Prabhupada's letter to Bhaktivedanta in 1972, with which I began this offering. Always study our books and see our philosophy from different lights of directions. Become convinced yourself of this knowledge, and without a doubt, all your difficulties of mind will disappear forever, and you will see Krishna face to face. Srila Prabhupada was able to expand Krishna Bhakti out into the world by progressing to a deeper and deeper internal realization of the character of Krishna consciousness, of Krishna conscious life and Krishna's teachings. And so are we, by his mercy. All glorious to Srila Prabhupada. Thank you for listening.
Hare Krishna. Thank you. Bhakta, over to you, Prabhu.
Thanks, Aniruddha Prabhu. Namo Vishnu Vinaya Krishna Vasaya Bhutane Shivali Bhaktivedanta Swami Niti Namini Namaste Saraswati Deva Bhagavana Acharya Realisations Sharavadi Bhaktivedanta Shatarani. Today is the most blessed event. It's the 125th anniversary year of His Divine Grace A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami Srila Prabhupada. And this is a Vyasa-puja homage from both myself and my wife, Bhakti Devi. The spiritual master, I quote, "The spiritual master is honoured as much as the Supreme Lord because he is the most confidential servitor of the Lord." Krishna is calling us, and Srila Prabhupada is calling us, and their message is one and the same. That this year we again recommit to try harder to surrender to the Supreme Lord by following strictly the instructions of our Param Guru, foremost Diksha Guru, and in fact our Saviour, His Divine Grace, Srila Prabhupada. Even though over the year it may have been difficult due to this pandemic that is spreading its debilitating, destructive tentacles all around the world, still we have to see that even this is a test for all of us to stay on the path, to not lose faith and hope, and especially don't give up on charity and compassion. We need to commit ourselves even more fervently to serve the Lord, even if it means hardly any important devotee association due to this lockdown, no physical darshan of our beloved Melbourne deities, Sri Sri Radha Vallabha, Sri Sri Gauranitai, Lord Jagannath, Lord Baladev and Lady Subhadra. Even if it means no major temple festivals to partake in, no major outreach preaching events like our annual Rath Yatra, and no chance of a morsel of delicious Mahaprasad. Above all, not being able to personally attend your Guru-puja offering to your Murti form at the temple, Srila Prabhupada, even though normally we only get that opportunity once a week. And how we really miss that special event now. But regardless of what we so dearly miss now, we must push on our sadhana and serve the Lord as you know you want us to. Especially committing to remembering to somehow or other present Krishna conscious philosophy to those that we meet, either in our work or online, in so many different ways. Being merciful to all the conditioned souls around us. Being aware that there are millions and millions of living entities all around us, not just human beings that we may be in contact with, but also trees, plants, ants, birds, animals. The best way to do that is to chant the holy name of the Lord with greater energy and conviction, connection and sincere love. Using our intelligence and praying to the Supersoul to guide us in a direction that will fulfill our desires, your desires, Srila Prabhupada, to spread this message far and wide to all living entities. We may be what seems to be like a prison-like environment at the moment, but we must face the fact that being in this material world is a prison house. What more could we expect? So on this day, commemorating your 125th anniversary of your blessed appearance, Srila Prabhupada, Bhakti and I once again recommit with more conviction to serve your mission. We love you more and more, Srila Prabhupada, as the years roll on. Our bodies may be failing a bit as we're getting older, but our spirit to serve you and the Supreme Lord thankfully increases. It is with great thanks and love to you, Srila Prabhupada, that we promise to do better and better. All glories to Srila Prabhupada. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Bhakti-Prabhu. Have you got... somebody's just texted me and said, can we turn off the captions? But I can't see any captions. Sorry?
I can't see any captions.
Yeah.
What is it?
I think no, it's on your... this is a message. I got a message here from... Not your fault, Bhakti. I got a message from Shubhra. Shubhra, I think the closed captions is on your own device. It's not on anybody else's. So you need to turn it off on your TV or your YouTube or whatever.
We have tested it, it's not from our side.
Yeah, it's not from our side. Okay. Amazing, isn't it? This modern world of technology.
Fun, isn't it?
We can all come together. This is the second time. This is only the second time that we've had to stop people from coming into the temple room. We already stopped them at the front gate, I guess. Hare Krishna, Srila Prabhupada ki jai. Thanks, Bhakti-Prabhu. Okay, who else? We've got Prana. Pranaji, we'd like to hear from you. You're on mute, so it's going to make it difficult. I think, you're on mute is probably the most said phrase for the last 2 years. Prana? Haribol. Hare Krishna, glories to Prabhupada, welcome.
I thought I missed the whole program.
No, you didn't. You could have, but you didn't.
I got to hear Prabhupada's offering. I guess I got to hear everything. Nama Om Vishnu Padaya Krishna Krishna Bhutale Srimate Bhaktivedanta Swami Niti Namane Namaste Saraswati Devi Gauravani Pacharine Nivesesha Sunyuvari Paschatya Deshitarine. This is an offering from Chandrakoti and myself. Dear Srila Prabhupada, please accept the humble obeisances. You taught us Gita without any adulteration. All that you did, all that you ate, all that you worshipped, and all that you so generously gave away was in the mood of service to Krishna. You demonstrated to us the simplicity of bhakti by encouraging us to offer a leaf, a flower, fruit, and water to the Supreme Lord. You showed us how to offer obeisances, how to become a bhakta, how to absorb the mind in Krishna, and how to worship the Supreme Lord Krishna. You revealed the topmost secret of the Vedas, the king of all knowledge, devotional service. You taught us the simple and sublime method of Sankirtan Yajna as the ultimate means for developing Krishna consciousness in the Kali Yuga. You taught us through your love, affection, and compassion Everything we have today in ISKCON is a manifestation of your mercy and the blessings of the Parampara. Please let us forever remain conscious of this blessing and save us from falsely claiming proprietorship, of becoming bewildered by false prestige, of aspiring for superficial recognition and adoration in the assembly of the Vaishnavas, and last but not least, free us from envy towards devotees who are embracing your sublime teachings so that we may inch forward on this path of perfection. On this day of your Vyasa-puja, we pray to be firmly fixed at your lotus feet as the servant of the servant of the servant of your servants eternally. Thank you for all the unfathomable gifts you have bestowed upon us, your aspiring servants, Anadas and Chandrakoti Devidasi. Hare Krishna, Srila Prabhupada ki
Jai. Thank you, Pranaji. Good to see you.
Good to see you.
Hare Krishna. Okay, so who else have we got here? Now, who else has got an offering online?
What about Gopa Vrindesh?
Gopa, we sang Gopa Vrindesh's what is it? What are we calling it here? Prabhupada, Srila Prabhupada Doya Dashakam.
Beautiful.
He wrote, we'll send you a copy. Oh, you've already seen it. You've seen it.
Got it.
So, but we will get to Gopa. We haven't, but we have already sung his prayers. So I was going to give other people a go.
Sure. I'll give
Okay.
this,
Thank you. Now, I need to have a look at the list. I can't work out who. You're a presenter, yeah, okay, good. Boom. Ah, there we go. I want to see who's online. Okay, rightio. Anybody here want to? Who's there? Tell me who's there. I can see just Garima and Sriram. Ah, Karunanidhi. Okay, Karunanidhi, you're next.
Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna, Karunanidhi.
Hare Krishna Prabhu, thank
Welcome.
you very much for giving an opportunity to participate in the online Vyasa-puja offering.
You're most welcome.
I just want to read out our offering, mine and Lalita. Namam Vishnu Padaya Krishna Prashtaya Bhutale Srimate Bhaktivedanta Swami iti namine. Namaste Saraswate Deve Gauravani Pracharine Nirvisesha Sunyavadi Paschatya Desha Tarine. Dear Srila Prabhupada, please accept our respectful and humble obeisances at your lotus feet. All glories to your divine grace. All glories to your 125th year appearance day in Sri Vyasa-puja. All glories to your wonderful ISKCON movement. On this wonderful day of your divine appearance, grand disciples of yours would like to offer this humble offering, even though we cannot fathom the depth of your wonderful qualities and unlimited compassion you have for the living entities. Generally, people used to travel overseas with great passion to make career and money. You did not go with passion, but with great compassion for the suffering living entities on the order of your spiritual master. It is said that Vaishnava is Paradukha Dukhi, one who is unhappy seeing others unhappy. Vaishnava is not simply interested for his benefit. Vaishnava is interested for the benefit of all living entities. Never mind whether he is high or low, it doesn't matter. You exemplify this characteristic by giving out mercy to one and all, taking the trouble to come to America, leaving the holy Dham of Sri Vrindavan. But you did not leave Sri Vrindavan. You carried Lord Krishna and the Dham and gave everyone Krishna Bhakti. As Srila Bhaktivedanta Thakur has sung, Krishna se tomara, Krishna dite para. Oh my spiritual master, Vaishnava Thakur, because Krishna is your property, if you like, you can deliver him to me. You have given so much of Vedic knowledge in the form of Srimad Bhagavad Gita, Srimad Bhagavatam, Sri Chaitanya Charitamrita and various other books and your ecstatic purports. We are always indebted to your wonderful contribution which will enable us to cross the ocean of nescience. We pray that we should develop a taste to hear you, relish your Vani, read your books seriously, scrutinizingly, and try to distribute this message of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu and perfect our life. Please allow me to read the following from your conversation, the Hong Kong flu. We have to practice remembering Krishna by chanting Hare Krishna, then we will always remain uncontaminated. But if you forget Krishna, there is a chance of contamination. For example, if there is an epidemic disease, the medical men will administer a vaccination. In Los Angeles, I received a vaccination. What was the disease? The flu? The devotee saying, Hong Kong flu. Srila Prabhupada, yeah, the Hong Kong flu. Yes, everyone was getting the vaccination and I got it also. And therefore, I was not attacked by the disease. So this whole world is a Hong Kong flu. Maya is ready to attack, always. Therefore, we have to take this vaccination of chanting Hare Krishna. In a song by Bhaktivedanta, Lord Chaitanya says, Yeneshi Aushadhi Maya Nasibaro Lagi Harinama Mahamantra Lavotuni Magi. I have bought this Hare Krishna mantra, the medicine for killing the Hong Kong flu of Maya. Now take it. This chanting of Hare Krishna is Chaitanya Mahaprabhu's greatest contribution for helping us fight against the attack of Maya. Srila Prabhupada, decades have passed, but your messages and solution to the problems are so fresh and very much relevant to all the time. You built such a wonderful house, ISKCON, where all the like-minded devotees can come and worship the Lord, read the wonderful literature, and take Krishna Prasadam and associate with devotees. Srila Prabhupada, you have given meaning to life and shown us how to mold this human form of life to attain perfection. Your teachings are crystal clear and there is no ambiguity. On this holy day of your appearance, let us pray to you to please keep us under your shelter and please engage us in some small instrument in your mission of spreading Krishna consciousness, understanding your mood and urgency. Please give us the strength so that we may remain loyal to you, ISKCON, and your sincere followers. Thanks a lot for giving us wonderful opportunity of Krishna consciousness life and association of devotees. Aspiring to your servant of your servant, Karunanidhi Krishna Das and Raja Lalita Devi Dasi and family. All glories to Srila Prabhupada. Srila Prabhupada ki jai.
Jai. Hare Krishna. Okay. Who wants to give an offering? Raise your hands. Don't all shout at once. Okay, righty-o. We've got one person here. Got him. Oh, Sri Ram. You're next.
Hare Krishna.
Yeah, that's good. Welcome, Sri Ram.
Thank you, Prabhu. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak. Namo Vishnu Padaya Krishna Vishtaya Srimate Bhaktivedanta Swami Tinamine Namaste Saraswati Devi Guru-puja Pracharya Nirvisesa Sunyavadi Pashyat Visakai. Hare Krishna. Jai Srila Prabhupada. So, in the scriptures it's mentioned that, Guru is equal to the Lord, Sakshat Advaita. So, in that respect, Srila Prabhupada, I feel completely unqualified to offer any glorification. In fact, whenever I meditate on your achievements, I feel that you are not a human being at all. And in fact, at that point, I doubt myself that whether you really appeared on this earth at all. So, in that is the reason, Srila Prabhupada, I would like to refrain from offering any glorification today. However, I would like to thank you for your mercy shown to me and my family by accepting me as a grand disciple. Initially, I remember during the initial days when I visited the temple, I saw the people paying the obeisances to you, and I refused to pay the obeisances. Being an Indian, I knew that full body dandavat is the highest form of showing respect to someone. And I saw you as an ordinary human being, and I felt that it is a bit too much, and I refused to pay the obeisances. And until I read the book, Your Ever Well-Wisher, and when I read that book, then I realized my mistake. So I was really shameful of what I did. And I knew that this is a great offense. However, Srila Prabhupada, you accept me into your family. So then I saw your mercy directly bestowed upon me, that despite my offenses, you basically look after me. Srila Prabhupada, for your pleasure, me and my wife are doing some preaching activities in the last few years, and we tried to place your books in the public libraries. In Victoria, there are 302 public libraries there, and currently your books are placed almost in 200 libraries. And placing the books in the rest of the libraries is proving to be a daunting task because of the policies and the distance, or some of the libraries are in the regional areas and so on. Srila Prabhupada, today I would like to request to bless us that we will be able to complete the rest of the libraries as well. And also at this moment, Srila Prabhupada, I am planning to place the books in the prison libraries. And at this moment, not much of a work is done in this area. And Prabhupada, on this very special day, I request your blessing that this initiative kicks off and becomes successful. Srila Prabhupada, I taught a group of devotees via the Bhaktivedanta, and me and my wife are guiding them. These devotees are coming up very well. And on this special day, Prabhupada, I request your blessing to these devotees and all the devotees in the Melbourne congregation, that everyone becomes a very nice devotee, and please empower them to preach your glories and the God glories all over. Srila Prabhupada, I have a desire in my heart, and I just felt that today is a good day to express that. This desire is there in my heart for several years, and we were doing the Bhaktivedanta Canto 4, and during that time, I expressed my desire to my teacher, Keshav Prabhu. And Keshav Prabhu very nicely explained that my desire is inappropriate. So, appropriate or inappropriate, but desire is still there in my heart, Srila Prabhupada. Narad Muni has confirmed that Guru becomes a father of a disciple, and you have initiated to my Guru. In that respect, you are my grandfather. So, it is my desire that one day I would like to address you as grandfather. So, on this occasion of your Vyasa-puja, I beg your mercy that I realize this fact and become a able grand disciple and be able to address you as grandfather, maybe in this life or the later lives. Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna. Thank you, Sri Ram. It might be great-grandfather if it's any later. Garima, can you unmute and read your offering, please?
Thank you so much, Prabhuji. Thank you for giving me the opportunity.
You're welcome.
Namo Vishnu-padaya Krishna Bhakti Bhaktivedanta Swami ti namane Namaste Saraswati Devi Gaurvani Pacharine.
Can you turn on your video so we can see you?
Prabhuji, I have turned it on.
Okay, I can't see you for some reason. Oh, there we go, very good. Thank you. Got it.
Srila Prabhupada ki jai. I have written a small poem as my offering to Srila Prabhupada, so I will just share that. Srila Prabhupada, our Savior. When we were lost wondering, what is the purpose of this life? Srila Prabhupada, you held our hand and walked us the path of spiritual thrive. You gave us the wisdom so we don't waste this lifetime. Every time we are misguided, your books bring us back to sublime. Words are not enough to describe your glory. You never claimed authority and just told Blue Boy's story. Who in this world can be so compassionate, crying for random people, determined to change their fate? You picked up the most fallen and shared Krishna's message. You relieved generations eternally from Maya's dark passage. You made sure no one within 10 miles of temple go hungry. With your grace today, holy name exists in every country. Starting journey to an unknown place with no money wasn't easy. At the age when people retire, building temples kept you busy. Without your mercy, we would have continued life of insanity. We are eternally indebted to you for your contribution towards humanity. Please bless us so we may aspire to follow and preach the path you have given. Srila Prabhupada, we may see Krishna through your eyes. Please give us that vision. Thank you so much, Prabhuji. All glories to Srila Prabhupada. Srila Prabhupada ki jai.
Jai. Hare Krishna, very nice, thank you. Prabhav, the microphone is yours, at least this one anyway.
Hare Krishna. Nama Om Vishnu Padaya Krishna Prishtaya Bhutale Srimate Bhaktivedanta Swami namine Namaste Saraswati Devi Gauravani Pracharine Eveshecha Shunyavadi Paschata Deshatarine. Being the 125th anniversary of Vyasa-puja of Srila Prabhupada, it's I wish Srila Prabhupada from it was still here and physically. I was talking about it this morning. Some yogis in the Himalayas, they live a very, very long life. And if you look at the life of our acharyas, they didn't live very long life. Even Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, he was only here at the age of 48. But Srila Prabhupada, even though he didn't make it to the 100 years, but it's not how long you live here, is what you do when you are in this world. So Srila Prabhupada personally came here to spread Krishna consciousness. So, it's not like you live a very, very long life. If they can live here a long time, that'll be fantastic. But when they're here, their sole purpose is to preach Krishna consciousness, to bring up all the conditioned souls back to Godhead, to spiritual world. So Srila Prabhupada is the, like an avatar. Some people say that if Prabhupada was here, he had a heart attack, so he was just like us, and he's a pure devotee. But actually it is like having a dual citizenship. Prabhupada is in the spiritual world, plus he's here. So it's not that he may have a material body while he's here, but that explains everything. So Srila Prabhupada was, he came here on the order of Krishna. And everything that he did as a family life, before he was started the Hare Krishna movement, before he went to America, it was all part of his lila, pastimes, like Krishna's pastimes. So we are so fortunate to be, connected to Prabhupada. And it's not like Prabhupada is not here, like we always talk about. So Prabhupada is here in his instructions. So personally, he is not here in his physical body. He's still here in his instructions. So if we really love Prabhupada, we dedicate our life to Prabhupada and ISKCON. And like I was saying this morning in the class, that there are, amongst the family, there's sometimes some frictions, but that is a family thing. So Srila Prabhupada is still here, and our object of our love is for Srila Prabhupada. And that will prove how much we really love Prabhupada, how much we stick together in the company of the devotees. Just like if you're on a ship, you don't just jump off because it's twisting and you're having some seasickness, isn't it? You jump off the ship, you're jumping into the mouth of a shark. And plus, you can't swim across even if you're an Olympic swimmer. So we stay on the boat. Srila Prabhupada is the captain of the ship. And guarantee, if we stay with Prabhupada, there's these days, today, there are so many people, they're talking this and that, or your ISKCON, this, that. Prabhupada started this ISKCON. If you are saying anything about any devotee, in ISKCON, you're criticizing Prabhupada. ISKCON is Prabhupada's body. That's how I see it. So sometimes amongst us, or this and that happens, this is just brother and sister, some issues. But after all, we're all going to go to Prabhupada. So if you want to stay in Prabhupada, just like you're on the ship, then you have to stick on the ship. Jump off, then you're on your own. So if you love Prabhupada, stick. How long are we going to live here? Forever anyway. We're not forever. We have short time. So that's what I mean when I say I'm lucky. We are lucky. Because, if you're in Satya Yuga, you have to live for 100,000 years. And right now, we only live for less than 100 years. There's no guarantee, especially in this pandemic. People are dying left and right. So we are so lucky we can live such a short time and practice Krishna consciousness. And Prabhupada went to America, with nothing, like I was saying this morning. And some people say, if you become a Hare Krishna, if you become monk, what's going to happen to you? You see Prabhupada's own example. He went to America, and look at it. We have this whole world. So Prabhupada is more than a billionaire. He owns this ISKCON. And he didn't even keep an account for himself. It's all for Krishna. And every time if you read Prabhupada's books, he's always saying, because of Krishna, because of my Guru. He was always giving credit to Krishna, credit to Prabhupada, to his Guru Maharaj. This way, it should be our attitude too. We are so lucky to be in this family of Srila Prabhupada. And it is so opulent. Krishna is God. He is the most opulent. We give everything. So our dedication to Srila Prabhupada is not just, we have to give our life. That's what a disciple means. Giving your whole life to Prabhupada, to your Guru Maharaj. And your Guru Maharaj is also giving you, their disciple, yourself, to their Guru. In this way, it's being offered to Krishna. So Guru is never thinking he's my. He is thinking he belongs to my Guru. And he is thinking belongs to my Guru, all the way to Krishna. So all of us here, we are so fortunate to be able to render service to Radha Balva. And Radha Balva is established by Prabhupada. Srila Prabhupada himself. And Prabhupada's here. One devotee was saying he had some difficulty, and he was sitting here right in this temple room long ago in the 80s, and he was deciding to take off, leave ISKCON. When he was just about to walk out, he heard a voice. It was Prabhupada. He said, "Please stay, I need you." I won't say who that is. Later I'll tell you. So Prabhupada is sitting there. Don't think he's checking, he's watching us. So like I was saying, Vanu and Vapu and Vani. It's not just Vani, his instruction. He's actually also here. He's watching over, he's here. So why are we worshipping this Murti, Prabhupada's Murti? He's not there? He's there actually. So if we actually have that deep faith, Prabhupada is always in us, and we can feel. So sometimes we have some issues, and Prabhupada is there to guide us. The temple, it's especially this Melbourne temple, is one of the most exemplary temple in the world, I feel. And we are running around and making sure the deity dressed nicely, the offering is on time. This is what pleases Prabhupada, serving what he established to cooperate and serve the deity. And I haven't seen any temple, some in India and Western countries, I haven't seen, we care so much for Radha Krishna here. Everyone's like, wow, get the food on time, they're like, there's no time to even think of yourself. So this is actually Krishna consciousness, and Srila Prabhupada is going to be pleased with you. There's no time to bickering with each other or this and that. So this is what absorption Krishna consciousness means, to be fully aware of the deity, their presiding deity of our temple. And so if we actually take care of them, everything will come. If we love Prabhupada, if we love Krishna, then we accept that hardship on behalf of Krishna. That is the definition of love. It's not some word you talk about, I love my Guru. Loving Guru means what Prabhupada himself did. He went to America with nothing, a heart attack, and Prabhupada was saying in his diary, when he was on the ship, he was saying that they're having a festival this time, Janmashtami, and here I am on the ship. He was lamenting at the same time. He was saying, this is, I have to do my duty to my Guru. So sometimes, we are not having the fun, but the fun is when we actually take the responsibility for our Guru Maharaj, work hard for Krishna, spread Krishna consciousness. And Srila Prabhupada is an example of that. It's not simply talk. So, like I said before, we're not here forever. We have a very short time. We can now simply work hard for Prabhupada. And this is how Prabhupada will be pleased. Hare Krishna. Srila Prabhupada ki jai.
Jai. Thank you, Prabhupada. Priya, you're next.
Hare Krishna, Namo Vishnu Padaya, Krishna Prestaya Bhutale, Srimate Bhaktivedanta Swami Nitinam Hine, Namaste Saraswate Deve, Gauravani Pracharine, Nirvishesha Shunyavadi, Paschatya Deshatarine. Hey Prabhupada. So, my writing is it's very bare, like B-A-R-E, I'm just putting my heart out there. Basically, when I was being in the lockdown here, being in Guru-puja, 7 a.m. Aarti, I just had a very nagging feeling whenever I was singing Guru-puja for Prabhupada, singing along, and I was trying to figure out what it is, like Prabhupada's strongly trying to tell me something. And I kind of knew, but I wasn't willing to face it. Then, reading Bhagavatam one day, I was reading very thoroughly in the ashram, like really properly studying the book. And I suddenly realized that Prabhupada was telling me that you're not reading my books properly, So, and I was actually telling Prabhupada, even in the Guru-puja, that Prabhupada, I am trying, I'm reading. But I realized when I was reading at home that I was merely reading, and reading is not good enough, It's time to study Srila Prabhupada's books. So, and especially when we sing that line, the words, Guru Mukha Padmavakya, Chitite Koriya Akya, if I haven't studied Prabhupada's books properly, then I feel a very pinching sensation when I sing that line. So, actually we have to do this. So, when I actually was, I'm not saying that I'm actually studying Prabhupada books thoroughly now, but when I was studying properly, I felt like many things changed for me. Certain patterns actually left me forever, and I was able to overcome some negativities very, very strongly, actually, very strong change. And I realized that Prabhupada actually speaks to us through his books. I thought, oh my God, Prabhupada's actually talking to me through his books, through his purports, and that is why he's pushing me, go and read. And I would tell Prabhupada, I have reading groups, this, that, and he was just like, it's not good enough, that's not acceptable, you're not doing it, go and do it. So I felt that come through strongly. When I joined initially, when I was reading Nectar of Instruction for the first time, I thought, yeah, this is all okay, but Rupa Goswami wrote this book long ago, and we have new problems now, technology, this, that. So, well, to say it in a loose words, I was thinking, how can Rupa Goswami understand my problems, basically? But I feel I'm very convinced now that Rupa Goswami understands everything about us. Prabhupada understands the Acharyas. Whenever we open the books that Prabhupada has recommended for us, they know everything about us. So when I open Nectar of Instruction now, I always say that line. I say, Rupa Goswami knows everything about me, and then open that book so that I can actually, otherwise we cannot absorb those purports strongly. Another point is, earlier in the Bhagavatam this year, I think it was Jagannath Ram Prabhu who spoke. He said that he was talking about Priyavrata Maharaj, how Priyavrata Maharaj, we read this year, he went around Bhumandala in his chariot and made 7 islands and made grooves and things like that. But then Priyavrata Maharaj made these physical divisions, but Prabhupada actually also created many grooves by circulating the globe many times. He didn't actually change things physically by putting temples where there were no temples. But he also actually made grooves in people's hearts, He made grooves in our hearts. And I think all of us can appreciate how difficult it is for a person to change their nature. We ourselves were in that boat. If we weren't Krishna conscious from birth, then it's very difficult for a person to change their nature, and Prabhupada did it. So that's something remarkable. So in one sense, I can say that Prabhupada was really it was more difficult and more challenging and more glorious, actually, what Prabhupada did to actually change a person's nature and give them Krishna consciousness. Another concept I would say is Jiver Daya. Now this is a concept for me that I've kind of struggled with. Again, reading Srila Prabhupada's books, studying, this concept comes quite strongly, compassion to other living entities. You have to. And I've struggled with this idea because, I don't see myself as like someone who would go out on the street and, that I would do books, but as I'm saying, I would struggle with this idea. But then I realized as slowly time's passing that this Kali Yuga is just too strong, the progress is so strong. When we were young, we used to watch television and music and that sort of thing, but they were not so degraded, as they are today. The thing is, at this moment, the things that are coming on the TV and music industry, whatever, they're very degraded. And when we were young, we didn't have that. But I feel that if we did have that, if we had that, then perhaps we would have absorbed it also. I don't know if I would have or wouldn't have, but I like to think I would have, because you just absorb whatever is on TV. But to think that this is what's going on now, and children and teenagers are absorbing the kind of content that's coming out now, that really, really burns my blood. It just shows more proof that there is passion and ignorance going. It's very strong presence there. Being with Madhumanjari Mataji, actually, she always says one thing. She says that to me that this process works and this process is perfect. I really like that line, actually. And of late, I've been watching some documentaries and podcasts about how mass media is actually it's very systematically working to brainwash people through movies, through music, advertisements. It's like unlimited other propaganda. Radhanath Maharaj says it's the age of mass distraction. So it's like unlimited things are there. And again, this illustrates the predominance of passion and ignorance in this world. And in Kali Yuga, Kali is king, so what can we expect? So the government is basically doing something called a psychological warfare, and it's extremely efficient because it's a war, and not even one shot is fired, basically. So this is who our enemies are, the media, its influence on the people, on the consciousness of the people. Before Krishna came, there were all kinds of misconceptions about how God can come. Before Krishna was born, there was misconceptions on how God can come and not be covered by the modes of nature or different impersonalist hodgepodge ideas. And as we read in the prayer that Gopaladesh Prabhu wrote, sorry, I lost the page, but how Krishna came how Prabhupada came just as Krishna came in Devaki's womb. So when Krishna actually came, all these hodgepodge ideas, everything was shattered. One similarity is before Prabhupada went to the West, nobody knew how this prophecy would come about how this Krishna consciousness would spread in the West. When Prabhupada went to one of his godbrothers with Kirtananda Maharaj later on, they mentioned that actually in the mud that we knew that their Prabhupada made this prediction that this prophecy would happen, but nobody knew how that would come about or whether this would come about at all. But then when Prabhupada went, he came and he shattered all those doubts and misconceptions, So, yeah. So these ideas were there, and same as the mass media is making all this mess, but by actual action, by Prabhupada's devotees and by Prabhupada, these things were actually shattered. So, yeah, I just feel it's time now for us to expand in different ways, We're not idol worshippers, like IDLE. We're not idol worshippers. And, we have to go to different fronts, like Sriram Prabhu was saying so nicely about libraries. So many different areas, they actually need our help, and I think we should have some movement there. I think I should also have some movement in that field. I don't know how that will come about, though, how it will take shape. So for that reason, I'm praying to Prabhupada and Nityananda Prabhu to help me to understand how I can play a role in this Jivardaya. But my idea is basically to help the people who are actually directly under the mode of passion and ignorance and don't know that. It really angers me, and somehow I want to be involved with that. And I feel like Prabhupada is constantly telling me that I'm not up to standard to do anything that I'm talking about. And the reason I'm not up to standard is because I'm not actually properly, thoroughly studying Prabhupada's books. So it just comes down to that again and again. Like, I feel like all the weapons are actually available. You want to go into war. You're saying you want to go into war, and so all the weapons are available for you to pick up and fight. And imagine if you didn't pick up those weapons, Imagine if you didn't use those weapons, what a waste it would be. Or the weapons are all in Prabhupada's books, and you just don't want to pick it up. And imagine if Arjuna went to the battlefield and then he didn't use his weapons. Like, what a shame that would be. So for us not to actually use the weapons of Prabhupada's books by digesting it first and then using it, that would just be a waste of human life, as we know. And Prabhupada's presence is really, really strong. Prabhupada has a strong presence. Thank you, Prabhupada. Prabhupada mentioned in our temple room as well, especially if you're alone and you come into, for me, I come sometimes to write the Bhagavatam. Prabhupada's presence is really strong in here. So this is really an interesting story with that. One friend of mine, his son came in here. This was when pandemic wasn't there and Sunday feast was going on. So my friend got his son, and the son was 8 years old. They were Australian. And the son came in here, and he came back out, and he told his father that the old man talked to me. So, and then we said, what old man, And he said, the old man. And at first they were angry that some old man talked to you. Who is he, And then he said, who is it? And he showed Prabhupada. And we said, what did he say, And the boy said that, Prabhupada said that, you I can talk to because you're simple. them I can't talk to because they're more covered. So, well, it's up to you if you want to believe it or not. I believe that. But then the father believed it. But the father went out for a cigarette, that kind of, and that time this happened. So when the father came back, what I'm saying is the father had no idea about Krishna consciousness, and the son came and told us that he said that I can talk to you because you're simple, them I can't because they're more covered. Father believed it because he said this boy would never say that word, that they are covered. That would not come out of his mouth. We've never used that kind of language in our day-to-day affairs. So it just reinstates the fact that Prabhupada's actually here. Actually, it's quite scary to be in Prabhupada's presence because he's so heavy and he's so strong. But of course, he's very loving and compassionate as well. So, like, it all starts here. If you want to please Prabhupada, then we have to study Prabhupada's books, no excuse. And I pray that next year I can report something more on that front, that I actually have done something. And it requires a lot of discipline to study like that, so it's just, we can't just say, okay, I'm just going to have a good time in spiritual life. So anyway, I hope that there will be something from me if I'm here next year on that front. So all grace to you, Srila Prabhupada. Thank you, Haribol.
Hare Krishna. Sukadev. Yeah, well, these fellows who didn't put their hand up, they think they're going to get off lightly, but they're not.
Namo Vishnupadaya Krishna Prasthaya Bhutale Srimate Bhaktivedanta Swami Namine Namaste Saraswati Deve Gauravani Pracharane Nirvishesha Sunyavadi Paschatya Desha Tarane. As His Holiness Bhakti Charu Maharaj said, that if you are close to the big mountain, then you don't actually see the actual whole vision in prospect of like what is the beauty and what is the greatness of a mountain. As the Srila Prabhupada has just come for 50 or 60 years or just recently, and the work and the glory he has established in the world of devotional service, the message of Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, and also establishing the Yuga Dharma in the Western world, that will be more seen as the time passes. As I said, if you're close to the mountain, you more further you go, and more appreciation of the beauty and the greatness of the mountain you can see. So as the time passes, that how glorious what he has done, the gift he has given to the world is such a unfathomable. And we can see from the leaders of the modern days, like the politicians, the prime ministers, the presidents, and everybody appreciating and knowing, getting to know what he has given, what the gift he has given to the world is just, so great. And my father and they are Nimagri Vaishnavas. They're not Gaudiya Vaishnavas, but he had such a appreciation for Prabhupada. He said, "Na bhuto na bhavishyati." There will be no one, and has come and did such a wonder of work, and that will probably not in the recent time to come. So. Prabhupada has given this holy name, the scriptures, the philosophy, and my father usually said, the way he put the philosophy and the teachings is so well organized for it to be continued for hundreds and thousands of years. Other Sampradayas and other Vaishnavas, they come, the great Acharyas come and they do during their time, it is flourishing. But the greatness of Prabhupada is that even he is physically not present in the time, his teachings and his the gift he has given is so great that I don't think, no one has done in the past, and neither will probably in the future. So, yeah, on this wonderful occasion of Srila Prabhupada Vyasa-puja, I pray that we continue to be part of his mission, and he showers us his mercy, so we can be a small part in his mission. Srila Prabhupada ki jai.
We've got Gaurav online with his hand up, and his video's working too. I've messaged a couple of people whose videos isn't working and got no response, so I wonder if they're actually there or not. Gaurav, do you have an offering to make? You've got your hand up. Yeah? Okay, unmute and start speaking.
Thank you. Are you able to hear me, Prabhu? I'm unmuted.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay. Alright, so Namo Vishnu-padaya Krishna-prasthaya Bhutale Srimate Bhaktivedanta Swami Namine Namaste Saraswate Devi Gauravani Pracharine Nirvishesh Shunevadi Paschatadeshatari. So I'd like to just not take too much of time today, and I'd just like to read a small piece that I had written about 11 years ago, and it is called Time. It's called Time Machine. Okay, so the piece is called Time Machine. If one day, as they say, in the future, we'll be able to travel time, I'd like to try engage their maddened idea in some devotional service to the Lord. I'd like to travel time back to those early days when Prabhupada was there, at the port, waiting to board the Jaladuta. I'd like to be his servant and travel with him and see him composed and serene. And when he's assured by Sri Krishna in that inconceivable dream, and when he wakes up early, even in the middle of nowhere, and chants japa, while he cooks feast and celebrates the advent of Sri Krishna, when he goes and transforms the Bauri into a holy tham, while he cooks a 12-course meal for the guests at the wedding, I'd like to peel and cut the stalk and wash the dishes at the end. In the night, I'd like to bring him hot milk and rub his feet till he stops me to leave. I know it will be difficult to wake up earlier than him, so to heat the water for him to bathe. He doesn't need it at all, but I shall serve in any case, least I'll fall. I'd like to rub some sandalwood oil on his head and heart, the residing places of Sri Krishna. All praise to His Divine Vitala Prabhupada, Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna.
He made a whole video, Prabhupada footage based on the verses. He made a nice, he got the original Prabhupada digital from Hare Krishna media, and he made the video.
Where is it?
If you have time, you can say, or after we are suffering.
Okay. Thank you, Gaurav.
Thank you,
Hare Krishna, very nice. Okay, Sri Chaitanya, you're next. Doesn't matter. You've got your head and your tongue. Let's just, can you put yourself on mute, Gaurav, because we're getting a bit of feedback there. Yeah, great, thanks.
Namam Vishnupadaya Krishna Prastaya Bhutale Srimati Bhaktivedanta Swami iti namine. Namaste Saraswati Devi Gaurvani Pracharini Nirvishesha Shunyavadi Pashyata Deshatarine. First of all, I want to thank Srila Prabhupada for giving us this opportunity. What we can see today in each and every country, we are able to, in one way we are locked down in our homes, but at the same time, we have been celebrating all the festivals far away from Vrindavan, and even though we are not able to, this is one thing I was missing from last 2 years, not able to go to India, to Vrindavan, to Mayapur, Puri, but the way Srila Prabhupada has created Vrindavan in each and every town and village actually. So this is our great fortune that we are connected to Srila Prabhupada through Parampara. And what Srila Prabhupada has given us is amazing. As Srila Prabhupada mentioned, this temple is none different than Vrindavan. And we are fortunate to have Mayapur, Vrindavan and Puri all together here. So it's our great fortune to be in this moment, and as Prabhu was mentioning, Shri Gaurnatai ki jai, Shri Jagannath Dev Subhadra Dev ki jai, Shri Radha Vallabh ki jai. So as Prabhu was mentioning, that this ISKCON is the body of Srila Prabhupada, and as long as we are on this boat of ISKCON, our success is guaranteed. So this is what I see, and I don't know what is my fortune that I have been connected, and it is definitely the mercy of all the devotees because of whom I am sitting here today. Otherwise, I never came to Australia to engage in any of the spiritual activities. So my desire was something else, but when I came, I landed in Australian God Association of Devotees who brought me to temple. I still remember the night when I landed in Australia, and the devotee who brought me to the temple, within a week I was here and eating prasadam. Never thought I would eat puri, sabji, rasgulla, rasmalai in the morning. So that's how Srila Prabhupada has showered his mercy. In Australia, I would have never, I was vegetarian from my birth, but never expected I would come to Australia and eat something so opulent in breakfast. And that's changed my heart and the love of the devotees which I got because of Srila Prabhupada's establishing temples all over the world. It is unbelievable, like it just hooked me in. It was not possible for me to say, why shouldn't I go to temple? In India, I remember I was studying in a university which was just opposite to ISKCON Chowpatty. But I never went to the temple. But after coming here, where I was staying, it was like few kilometers from here, but I still used to come every week to temple. So we can see how Srila Prabhupada has showered his mercy, that even though I was not spiritual by nature, or I had no desire for becoming spiritual, but still by Srila Prabhupada's causeless mercy, I have been sitting here and able to chant the holy names of the Lord. So all this is just showing how Srila Prabhupada had true compassion for all the living entities, which we know, like when the true devotee desires something, Krishna fulfills his desire. And Srila Prabhupada had true desire to make each and every one of us devotees, and everyone in the world. So definitely this desire of Srila Prabhupada and the previous acharyas is going to come true by the mercy of Srila Prabhupada. So I'll stop here. Srila Prabhupada ki jai. Thank you.
Looks like you've still been eating the rasgullas too. You can take your mask off because it's much better to talk through the...
Actually, I didn't come prepared. In this Vyasa-puja celebration, I would like to thank Prabhupada for all the effort he had made, and so I can't imagine myself as most of the people devotees was discussing. I can't imagine myself sitting in temple room after coming to Australia. It's all because of Prabhupada's mercy, and the process we do is really working, because as I was few years before, I was a full-time meat eater, and I never thought that I could change the proclivity for me would have changed, but this process really works, and it was actually hard, and now if I see from myself from where I was and from where I am here, it's all because devotees' mercy and Prabhupada's blessings. Thank you.
Hare Krishna. Very good.
Hare Krishna. Okay, Shri Prabhupada ki jai. Hare Krishna, Shri Prabhupada. Please accept my humble obeisances. All glories to your divine appearance day. Yeah.
Loudly.
Is it better?
Dweji,
Yeah.
we know you can do it.
There's a Chinese curse that is sometimes seen as a blessing by some. It says, "May you live in interesting times." So certainly we are living in some very unique times within the history. The pandemic, combined with a lot of political unrest, economic crisis, psychological crisis, all due to a downward spiral of modern so-called human progress. It's a time of chaos and confusion. It has become obvious for at least the sane class of people that what we always relied on, the various material means, are not all that reliable to help us through our problems. Growing number of people are interested in finding out about what's more. In these times, our preaching has certainly become somewhat easy, as people themselves are looking for some spiritual knowledge, seeking clarity and direction. What's better than your transcendental books to help them? Even in the lockdown, we are distributing more Bhagavad Gitas, Srimad Bhagavatams, and other books than ever before. The confused, fried, and cooked Kali Yuga brains are seen to come to mode of goodness by the regular study of these books. Simply by reading them, they are inspired to take up to devotional service. While they benefit from receiving them, we become greatly joyful in seeing these books going out. My most ecstatic moments in Krishna consciousness have been while distributing these books. As Navin Nirada Prabhu puts it, after a great day of book distribution, I have so much energy that I can uproot trees. And it's true. Krishna says in Bhagavad Gita, in 18 verse 68.
Just hang on a second. The sound is too difficult for people to hear. Can we remedy that? Turn this mic off. Yeah, give that a try. What's that?
If you mute yourself.
Mute myself? Okay, let's try that. Is that better, Bhakta?
Now if Prabhu speaks.
Okay, is that better now?
Sri Ram says yes. Okay, just talk now and see what happens.
It is true. Krishna says in Bhagavad Gita 18.68 and 69 that one who preaches Krishna consciousness is most dear to him, as he is most pleased as the super soul within the heart. We also become most happy. Thank you, Srila Prabhupada, for giving us this transcendental literature. Its study and distribution are endless and our lifelong career. We humbly seek your blessings and empowerment to be able to appreciate your books more and to be able to distribute them to as many people possible, aspiring to be a servant who may please you, Dvija Pitambar Das.
Okay, YouTubers are getting sound very clearly, according to Sri Yashoda and Co. Hang on, Bhakta says, yes, that is better. Okay, good, no worries. Finish? No.
Yeah.
Yep. Sorry about that.
Yeah.
Technical adjustments. You've arrived just in time, Maharaj. Okay, Manmohan Prabhu.
Yes. Namo Vishnu Padaya.
And then after Manmohan is Jagannath Ram.
Namo Vishnu Padaya Krishna Prasthaya Bhutale Srimade Bhaktivedanta Swami Namle Namaste Saraswati Devi Gauravani Pracharine Nirvishesha Shunyavadi Pachita Deshatarine. Dear Srila Prabhupada, please accept my humble obeisances unto your lotus feet. This day is very special day for the members of International Society for Krishna Consciousness.
Manmohan, speak slowly and louder, please.
This day is very special for the members of International Society for Krishna Consciousness. There is no ISKCON and Krishna without you. All three are inseparable. The Lord and His pure devotees have common purpose, that to deliver the fallen conditioned souls. The Lord descends to deliver and protect His devotees. The pure devotees appear in order to help the Supreme Lord in His mission. In this connection, the Supreme Lord appeared yesterday and you appear today. That's a double treat. You are more merciful than the Supreme Lord because you go to any extent just to save that one soul who can connect with the Supreme Lord. Very much in the mood of Lord Nityananda, who delivered Jagai and Madai. You are more benevolent because you can give Krishna to everyone who has taken the shelter of your lotus feet. Unless if you would have not done this, this temple would have not existed and I would have not been speaking here. Every single thing happening in our society is because of your divine grace. If I have to be grateful, then the list is never ending, just like the small bird trying to empty the great ocean. Every single day we have our grateful session to you known as Guru-puja. We worship you and offer our obeisances unto you. Still, I can't repay and appreciate enough what I have received from your body known as ISKCON. Now, the combination of the Supreme Lord and the pure devotee yourself is great combination, a tag team against the material energy. Seriously, it is a great relief when I understand that I have a backup team who will protect me and save me unconditionally. Vyasa-puja day is very special for me and others. It actually helps me to go deep in thinking about you and your contribution to this world. Is there anything you have not done in the service of Krishna? I doubt. What we know is limited and insignificant. By the way, thank you for creating many projects and service in this society. It helped me to engage in Krishna's service, otherwise I would have done some sense gratification. I can really appreciate that we have few options to choose. We have few options to choose from endless list of how one can serve Krishna. All credits goes to you. One such project is Hare Krishna Food for Life. I take pride when I say that our founder vision for Hare Krishna Food for Life is anyone 10-mile radius should not go hungry. That's something big. Most people have benefited and appreciated a lot. But at the same time, I sincerely pray that I remain humble because people do appreciate and recognize what I'm doing. It's all your glory, Srila Prabhupada. I pray for sincerity in my devotional service. Please give me strength and determination to be sincere to you and to all Vaishnavas. I also pray that you don't leave me any time, just like the lion carrying the cub, because that's more safe than little monkey holding onto his mother. Eternally grateful servant, Manamohana Das.
Hare Krishna. Thank you, Manmohan. Jagannath Ram,
And
you can unmute yourself and speak, please. Oh, you need to. Jagannath Ram? You need to, yeah, you're right. Okay, you ready to go? Okay, over to you.
Dear Srila Prabhupada, please accept our humble obeisances. All glories to you on the auspicious occasion of the 125 years of your divine appearance. Through Prabhupada's books, lectures, morning walks in temples, we have realized that our lives have changed forever. It has given us a purpose in life and it has given direction. And we are now seeing where the whole world is moving towards. Everything seems very inauspicious in this world. So, but Prabhupada's word, in the Srimad Bhagavatam says that the Srimad Bhagavatam will be the solution for at this hour for this misdirected civilization. So, but for Srila Prabhupada's Vani and everything that Srila Prabhupada has given us, then we would also be part of that suffering in that misdirected civilization, not knowing what to do next. Because I think whenever I see all around me, I'm seeing so many people who are down with depression, etc. in this pandemic. But the devotee community still knows how to handle this, given this the principles that Prabhupada are so hard to give us. We were studying we finished the 11th canto of the Srimad Bhagavatam a few months ago under His Grace Keshav Prabhu. And one of the things that struck me is that why is Uddhava so dear to the Lord? Because it was mentioned there that when the Yadu dynasty was winding up their pastime, when Krishna decided to wind up the Yadu dynasty and he created the fratricidal war, then there were three types of people amongst the Yadus who were there. One was people who were demigods. So it is said that even after the demigods associated with the Lord, they happily went back to the heavenly planets, because they still had desires to enjoy in the heavenly planet. So that was also a segment of Yadu dynasty. The second were people who Prabhupada says is Nitya Siddha devotees who had come to participate in the pastimes of the Lord, and they also went back to the spiritual world. But Uddhava was very special because despite against his own interests, just to follow the instruction of Lord Krishna, Uddhava decided to stay back in this rotting material world. Because Lord Krishna gave him an instruction that you have to go to Badrikashram and you have to preach, spread this message. So when we see Srila Prabhupada's mood, it is now we understand the exalted position of Srila Prabhupada, very very similar to the mood of Uddhava. That Prabhupada could have stayed back in the spiritual world. He need not have come into this material world with so much of difficulty is there today. Also, even after coming here, he could have stayed in Vrindavan, but he left everything and he took voluntary inconvenience just to deliver mankind. So when we look at it, it seems the supreme most sacrifice that any individual can do, and that too at an age where most people look for retirement and settling down in life. Prabhupada went out of well beyond his comfort zone. This is true compassion. So on this day, we with folded hands we beg to Srila Prabhupada that we also develop mood enough such that Prabhupada is pleased with whatever services that we can offer him, and also empower us that we are able to do more and more for him. Srila Prabhupada ki jai. Samaved Bhaktivedanta ki jai.
Hare Krishna. Thanks, Jagannath Ram.
Thank you, Prabhu.
How long are we going to go for? Chincharipa, you need to stay and we're going to give you the microphone in a minute. The cooks are getting hungry. The kitchen staff are getting hungry. That's okay, neither did these devotees, but they said something. Thanks, Jagannath Ram. We're just debating on whether we should continue or have prasadam. You want to speak? You can speak. No, if we eat, then that's it, finished. Okay, Arjuna's next. Tell them they have to come in here and give an offering before we have prasadam.
We also have a report from Food for Life.
A Food for Life report?
For Prabhupada pleasure for last 1 year. So
Okay, that's off. That might be a little out of order. We do that every morning, don't we? Not out of order, but just not normal. Arjun?
Dear Srila Prabhupada, please accept my humble obeisances at your divine lotus feet. A very auspicious occasion of your divine appearance on this planet 125 years ago has arrived today. I'm mostly absorbed in thinking about my sense pleasure. But today I seek your blessings of my spiritual master and senior Vaishnavas, to be able to express my gratitude and glorification at your lotus feet. Due to some good fortune, I have taken up the practice of Krishna consciousness externally, but internally it's all superficial. And as more years are passing, your teachings, lectures and purports appear to be more profound and deep, which has a transforming effect on souls who are otherwise deep in ignorance. Somehow I have great attraction to read and hear from your followers or disciples about your pastimes when you were present on this planet. And recently, one such amazing book about your determination, courage, devotion, and surrender to Krishna I read. I'll build you a temple, which is about your struggle to establish Juhu temple. My appreciation and attraction towards you have increased a lot after reading that book, because we take it for granted what we have received on a golden platter of your established centers and thousands of devotees. But what you went through to make it happen is compassion beyond words. Krishna says in Bhagavad Gita 4.9, Janma karma chame divyam evam yuveti tattvata tyaktva deham punar janma naiti mameti so Arjuna. One who knows the transcendental nature of my appearance and activities does not, upon leaving the body, takes his birth again in this material world, but it attains my eternal abode, O Arjuna. Srila Prabhupada, same applies to empowered Vaishnavas like you, whose mere sight is more purifying than taking bath in Ganges for many times. And just by hearing your Leela grants one the same result of developing attraction towards Krishna. On this very auspicious day, I beg to you to please bless me with some sincerity to not get deviated from your service under any circumstance. And even though I am not at all qualified, please use me as an instrument of your compassion to preach Krishna consciousness. Your servant Arjun Sakhadas.
Okay. Jai Sachi.
Namo Vishnu Padaya Krishna Prasthaya Bhutale Simate Tamal Krishna Goswami Ti Namane. Namo Vishnu Padaya Krishna Prasthaya Bhutale Simate Bhaktivedanta Swami Ti Namane. Namaste Saraswati Devi Gaurvani Pracharine Nirvishesha Shunyavadi Paschat Destarane. Dear Srila Prabhupada, thank you very much for engaging me in service in the temple here. I remember way back in 2002 when my Guru Maharaj left, and I was in front of the altar, just like every disciple is when the spiritual master leaves, heartbroken. I was looking at Lord Jagannath and I was thinking, look at yourself, you miss your devotees so much. Your eyes has become big, your hands has gone in, And I had only one person to love. You have got so many devotees to love, and you took him away. And I was just thinking like that. And Burjan Prabhu came to me and he just tapped me on my shoulder and he said, Prabhupada took your Guru Maharaj. Now you go and tell Prabhupada to look after you. So it was to me like that. The Lord was speaking, and since then I've surrendered to you. And in a way it's better, because those who know my Guru Maharaj know he can be very heavy, but grandfathers are always nice, they're very compassionate, they're always forgiving. So in that way, I've always felt that you have always looked after me, you have engaged me in services, and every time I cook actually I'm involved in the cooking, the feast. First thing I do is I come and pray to you, because I know Sri Gaur Nitai is yours, Sri Radha Ballabha is yours, Jagannath, Baldev, Subhadra, they are all yours. I don't know who they are, but I know who you are. So to me, you are saving them and we are just your instruments, and that's what I pray for. To use me in whatever way you want, and somehow or the other, I think some of the feast come all right. Some devotees do appreciate it, So thank you, Prabhupada, for using me in your service in some way or another. During this difficult lockdown time, most of the devotees were away, but somehow or the other you kept me near you and engaged me somehow or the other, even though I'm very incompetent. So thank you, and I hope and I pray that you'll always keep me under your feet, keep me under your shelter, and keep me using me in some way or other in spreading your movement. Thank you, Srila Prabhupada. Without you, I don't know where I would be. Without you, I don't know where I will be. So, thank you for looking after me. Hare Krishna. Srila Prabhupada ki jai.
Hare Krishna. Dear Srila Prabhupada, please accept my surrendered obeisances to your lotus feet. For the whole world, you drive the boat with grace through the ocean of material nature, saving the drowning souls. Your compassion and mercy is manifested through your providence of bhakti for the whole world. You have given me this opportunity to engage in this lifetime through your mercy and pure love and desire to serve God, the path to purify my consciousness. You are the Redeemer of the whole world. If it were not for you, I would remain in the ocean of ignorance, under the false conception, illusion, and sufferation. Therefore, I am eternally indebted to you. The least I can do is devote this life to serving your mission. You are the most important representative in this entire universe for this distressed age. Your indescribable compassion, strength, sacrifice, wisdom, courage, love, and will to please the Lord, you set the perfect example of loving devotion. Gu means darkness, and Ru means to remove. So he removes the darkness from my consciousness. Whenever I hear your words, it purifies and clears my consciousness of all doubts. Your transcendental vision and absorption in pure love for Krishna pierces through the layers of illusory energy. While the world is deteriorating, you gave us Krishna consciousness and stood up for the right of humans engaging in spiritual life.
I've got to keep on turning people's microphones off here because they... Just hang on. I wonder who's doing that. Bhakta, he's got his mic on. Hang on. Got it. Got rid of it. Keep going. Sorry about that.
It's good. And cut our ties to all the nonsense which degrades us. You light the way through the dark valleys, providing the services and instructions we can serve Krishna through serving your mission at your lotus feet. Please help us to cleanse all this material contamination and desires from this fallen soul's consciousness. Please assist your brothers and sisters in the path of pure devotion. I pray that you guide us in our path of purification of consciousness, forgiving, of strength and empowerment for clarity and pure devotion, to connect, inspire, and share with each other, to keep the institution of Krishna consciousness running beautifully, to be the most efficient, to share this medicine with more and more of our brothers and sisters, so they may also have the chance to perfect their lives, being delivered from all material suffering, and giving them the chance to reconnect in our natural position in reciprocating our loving relationship with Krishna. Thank you.
Hare Krishna, thank you. Pandit Kavi Raja.
I just wanted to play that video we get from, it's up at Hare Krishna on YouTube.
Well, all right, we'll do that last.
Yeah.
You don't want to say something? 5 words or more?
Hare Krishna. Namo Vishnupadaya Krishna Prashta Bhudale Srimate Bhaktivedanta Swami Namine. Namaste Saraswati Deve Gauravani Pracharanendra Vishesha Shunyavadi Paschati Destarane. Hare Krishna. Last few months I was quite deeply thinking about Prabhupada and thinking about his mercy. That was a kind of meditation that I had as I was going on with my other services. And as I was thinking about Prabhupada, what I understood is that I cannot really fathom, I cannot really understand the mercy of Prabhupada. Whatever we are expressing is very, very minuscule of what the reality is. So I feel always humbled even to consider the mercy of Prabhupada. And that mercy is coming through the devotees. And I felt very, very grateful to be in this association of the devotees, in this temple. It is, I was reflecting, I was thinking, this is like unfathomable how I got this opportunity to be with the devotees and trying to render some devotional service to Krishna. During the lockdown times, the whole world is going through problem. At the same time, we are quite protected. Devotees in general are quite protected in many ways. And as we were speaking to people out there, they are literally suffering. As I remember going to the programs, and there, when speaking to people, they were with lot of pain. They were speaking with lot of pain. They were speaking how they had to go through this lockdown, how they had to go through different problems during this pandemic. And as devotees, we had a direct experience of the mercy of Srila Prabhupada, even in this difficult circumstance. So we can practically see how this is the solution for the whole world. And I'm very, very grateful to Srila Prabhupada and all the devotees for allowing me to serve the Lord in whatever capacity I can. So it's just an expression of my gratitude. Thank you, Srila Prabhupada. Hare Krishna.
I've never known you to be short of words, Yogi.
Sure.
Now we're putting you to the test.
I know.
You just, anyway. Some appreciation for Srila Prabhupada, yes, which I know you have.
Namo Vishnupadaya Krishna Prasthaya Bhutale Srimati Bhaktivedanta Swami Namini. Namaste Saraswati Devi. Gauravani Pacharani Nirvisesha Shunyavadi Paschati Adeshatharini. For me, it has been a very wonderful journey to be part of this movement, which Srila Prabhupada has basically brought to us. Like everyone else, I don't know where I would be today if it wasn't for Srila Prabhupada. But just looking at some qualities of Srila Prabhupada, the first thing that comes to mind is, in this, sort of not prepared, so the first thing that comes to mind is his purity. The purity by which he could actually penetrate this very difficult material world which we are living in, and still spread Krishna consciousness, which virtually is impossible if I were to think of a person like me to do something like that. It's virtually impossible. So it's his purity which is basically sort of done this. Not only that, he has got plenty of qualities which he's brought unity amongst devotees. He's brought so much compassion and love which he showed, which actually is very difficult in this day and age. I mean, after being in this movement for a while and doing a bit of a counseling and all that, what the world is going through, what Prabhupada has shown is sort of unimaginable. It's virtually impossible in this day and age to show that compassion and love, what he has shown to the whole world. And it's just a matter of tapping into it, to actually have these realizations. And Srila Prabhupada is basically a legend. I mean, is not comparable to anything which I can think of, any person in this material world, for that matter. So I bow down to him millions and millions of times. What he has given us, in this specifically in Melbourne Mahaprabhu Mandir, where he personally served God-Nitai deities. When every time I go into the altar and sort of bathe the deities, and I think Prabhupada was standing here, it's just basically I'm dumbfounded. I don't have words to describe what exactly is. So this is the spiritual world to me, and that's all because of Srila Prabhupada. So I'm very indebted eternally to him, and whatever little I can do in my Krishna consciousness, I'll try and endeavor to serve him, even though it'll be minuscule. Hare Krishna.
Namo Vishnu Padaya Krishna Prasthaya Bhutale Srimate Bhaktivedanta Swami Nitinamne Namaste Saraswati Deve Gauravani Pracharine Nirvishesa Sunyavadi Pashyate.
What time do the deities wake up? Not at 20 to 2. Huh? Why is they just turned the light on, didn't they?
Painting.
Painting. Oh, okay. No worries.
Dear Srila Prabhupada, wanted to give a little summary of the world progress in this 21st century. World entered into the 21st century with glittering decorations of advancement in science, technology, economics, and many fields of activities, with over 25,000 universities to educate people across the globe. Men have invented and implemented so many new things, like artificial intelligence to challenge the real intelligence, driverless cars, tallest buildings like Burj Khalifa in the deserts, iron domes, social media to meet anyone from anywhere, so many new vaccines to counteract the diseases, wireless technologies, jet speed trains, and so many to make the people of this world happy, prosperous, and peaceful. And they are cheering for these ornamental achievements. However, all these glittering ornamental achievements are just like decorations of a corpus, without coming to the real purpose of life. Srila Prabhupada, your contribution to the world is unfathomable. You gave us life. You taught us in the purpose of life, that is a real living force in the body, in the living entity. You planted a seed of bhakti, which is the actual living force in every spirit's soul. Srila Prabhupada, you are an ocean of mercy. Mahaprabhu, while explaining Nirgandapi in the Atmarama verse, he says that even a hunter can be engaged in Krishna's devotional service by the association of a saintly person. And he gives the evidence of Mrugari. And we can see the evidence that so many Mrugaris have become devotees by your association. Not only by your physical association, even through your books, lectures, letters, and so many ways you have been planting seeds of bhakti in millions of hearts. Every word in your books are Vedic statements. Your most eloquent Bhaktivedanta purports are the piercing arrows to remove actual accumulated nescience in the hearts of conditioned souls. At the end of Kurukshetra war, Pandavas think that they are the greatest warriors in killing the opponents. However, barbaric, he was witnessing all the activities, whatever happened in the Kurukshetra. And Pandavas asked Barbaric to inform who is the greatest warrior. And the Barbaric says, he could see only Krishna is killing everyone in the battle. Similarly, in all our preaching endeavors, it is only you doing everything in the form of your books, in the form of your lectures, everything. The purpose of the whole Vedic literature is to establish our last relationship. In this endeavor, living entity goes through so many spiritual paths, and there are so many crocodiles. To stop the real path towards the spiritual achievement. But however, Srila Prabhupada, your Bhaktivedanta purports are the only way for the conditioned souls to understand the real purpose of these Vedas. Recently we were going through in Bhakti Shastri course, in the 4th chapter, or the 5th chapter, I forgot, there is one verse I previously used to hear and thinks that that's the Brahmarpanam Brahma Havir, that verse. And if any normal person reads that, he thinks that everything is Brahman, you have to merge in the Brahman. But your explanation gives that whatever activity we perform in Krishna consciousness is also the same result. So in this way, Srila Prabhupada, everything you did, everything you gave us is a benediction for the whole world from Krishna. And I don't know how to reciprocate. I don't have any ability to reciprocate whatever you given to us. Only by your mercy I may do some thing for you to please you. I am like a thief in the pilgrims camp. From my previous activities, so I do here and there, but Prabhupada, please be merciful unto me and engage me in whatever capacity you think I am useful. Thank you very much, Srila Prabhupada. Hare Krishna.
Check his pockets when he goes out, okay? He said he's a thief. Okay, I think we're finished. What do you reckon? Oh, the video. Let me say some things and then we'll go to the video. Is that all right? What do you think? We've had another opportunity to glorify Srila Prabhupada, which is a great benediction upon us. You know, to come into the association of the devotees is not easily achieved. Although in this day and age, we're given that opportunity very liberally by the mercy of Srila Prabhupada and by the mercy of Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. And we're very fortunate in Melbourne to have such wonderful association of the devotees. It's interesting to see the quality of the services being rendered to Srila Prabhupada for Janmashtami, given that there's a lot of restrictions, and still the devotees, with great determination, put together a Janmashtami festival pretty much as good as they would on any year, right? But a lot of it online. One thing I have to do is have a look at the children's performances. Have you seen it, Sri Chaitanya? Yeah, good. I saw the promotional video and I wanted to watch it. So. And you know the decorations, the deity worship, the garlands. You know, I think the biggest politics we have here at the moment is who's stealing flowers or who's commandeering the flowers. It's a major problem that we have at the moment that we might have to sort out over the next few lifetimes, I think. We may never ever come to the end of the flower problem. Or maybe we will. Maybe the devotees will grow up and realise that we're here to help each other, not that my garland is the best. Even if your garland is not the best, it is still the best. Right? But of course, you know, this is an ongoing, actually it's fairly neophyte behaviour. Neophytes fight, right? Symptom of Madhyama Adhikaris is that they cooperate and make friends with each other. But anyway, that's another story. The prasadam distribution, even though we kind of trimmed the number of cooks, yeah, we did trim the number of cooks, still the prasadam was of first class quality. And you know, quality is sometimes better than quantity, obviously, right? So in extraordinary times, the devotees have, even still, I think, you know, if you look at the scores, 200 and something thousand, 215,000 worth of donations given by our members, right? So devotees showing a great deal of appreciation for us. And because, you know, we're in a situation where it looks like we can't do service. It looks like we can't. Even I read one devotee complaining, "Oh, here we go again, you know, I can't do any service. They're all leaving me out. Right? Woe is me." But actually, we've just been asked to do another service, that's all. Right? Maybe chant at home, see the darshans and you know, participate in different ways, but it's still devotional service. So we've got this wonderful opportunity. Actually, we've still got the wonderful opportunity that's been provided by Srila Prabhupada. It's different, that's all. It's different now. And it doesn't mean we can't make advancement, obviously, right? Because it's on the transcendental platform. We were talking about this yesterday. The Brahmana, you know, the South Indian Brahmana, who wasn't wealthy, but he had, in his meditation, he was offering so many, going to all of the sacred rivers and bringing all of the waters and bathing his shalagram. And then, of course, he was cooking his sweet rice. He wanted to test whether it was cool enough to offer and burn his hand or burn his finger. Right? So we should appreciate, we're being taught at least, that our devotional service is accepted by Krishna, even if it's different. It's slightly different now, of course, it is a challenge. But really, deeply powerful to meditate on all of the devotees' services. We've got this nice prayer from Gopavrindesh. So we can see we have a depth in our congregation of participation and activity that is a credit to everybody, but also obviously a credit to Srila Prabhupada, our Founder-Acharya. Without his inspiration, and we can see hearing from all of the devotees what deep commitment they have to, even if there's a dispute, even if there's a disagreement or whatever takes place, still the underlying motivation for most of the devotees, for all of the devotees, is let me do something to please Srila Prabhupada. This is what we do. We are here because Srila Prabhupada brought us here. And he brought us here for our own benefit, and we've engaged in Krishna's service on his request, and also in his service on his request. And we've tasted the results. We've experienced Krishna consciousness effectively, right? Otherwise, we wouldn't be. Why would we keep doing it? And even when we make mistakes, or we struggle with our attachments, right? Attachments to things that are not related to Krishna. We behave in, we cheat. Mostly we're cheating ourselves because we think that we're more advanced than we really are. We want to be recognized. What is it? Asat Trishna Kutinati Matsarya. We get envious of others. And what's the last one? Pratishta. We're looking for recognition. These are the four basic anarthas, right? So despite the fact that we may have anarthas, it actually doesn't matter, because we have the instructions of Srila Prabhupada that when we follow, we say we want the mercy of the spiritual master. Well, the mercy of the spiritual master is easily accessible. And Prabhupada says, what's the first words of the Srimad Bhagavatam? What's the first words in the book, printed in the book of the Srimad Bhagavatam? He lives forever by his divine instructions, and a follower lives with him. So Prabhupada puts so much effort into providing us with all of the instructions required to become a devotee and to make spiritual advancement. And so we can always, Prabhupada's arranged things in such a way so that we can always have his instructions because of all of the books that he's given. Even Prabhupada established the BBT separate from ISKCON, so that if ISKCON didn't survive, heaven forbid, right, still the book publishing would go on, and if somebody read the book, well, ISKCON would start again, effectively, right? Effectively it would. So, we despite, whatever misgivings or whatever distractions or whatever that we might see occasionally from time to time amongst the devotees, are all, I think, Prabhupada mentioned, it's all pretty much superficial, because the underlying commitment is, as was Prabhupada's inspiration, his commitment to Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati Thakur was unconditional, such that he sacrificed his life, certainly the latter part of his life, but of course in all of the time that Srila Prabhupada was living, before taking sannyas, before really preaching, he was meditating on the instruction of his guru, right? on the instruction of Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati Thakur. And that's our inspiration as well. And so we're inspired by his example to want to serve him. And of course, there's no higher pleasure and there's no higher satisfaction than to endure the difficulties and the challenges. In fact, we embrace the challenges. We embrace the difficulties. Make us more focused to serve Srila Prabhupada. And so it's inspiring to be with all of the devotees here, and all of the devotees in ISKCON, but certainly here in Melbourne, we're very fortunate to have a lot of mercy from Srila Prabhupada, a lot. Sometimes we become a little bit familiar with it, but we've got Prabhupada. We've got one of the nicest murtis in ISKCON. Some temples in India, you go and see the new murtis, and you look at them, you think, "Oh, who's that? Is that Srila Prabhupada?" Prabhupada's the Radha Ballabha. Prabhupada personally brought Radha Ballabha to Melbourne. Prabhupada brought Gaur-Nitai. He went on Rath-yatra with Lord Jagannath. We've got Prabhupada's rooms, that you don't... Well, there's about a dozen temples in the world that have that facility. And you can feel, and it's like it was. Not much has changed, pretty much. The pictures have been added, but they just add to the, add to that, that mood. And we see the results. We see the results of Srila Prabhupada's mercy on us, and we see it on the impact that we're having on others as well. And I'd like to thank Srila Prabhupada for everything that he's given us, but also thank all of the devotees in ISKCON Melbourne, in our community, for all of the service, for the faith and the dedication, and also the patience. We appreciate. It is much nicer to have the temple full of people, right? Exploding with people. At the moment we're fighting with the devotees to keep them away, right? The devotees looking after the gate last night said there were devotees turning up trying to get in, and they said they had a permit, but of course the permit was for last year's Janmashtami. Sorry, you're only a year too late. Right. So, it just, it's natural for the devotees. It's even natural for the lamentation. I can't be with the devotees. And that's, of course, that's the worst, right? To be separated from the devotees is actually the worst of separation. But, it's temporary. The material world is a temporary place. And we'll get an opportunity to reconvene in future years. And eventually we'll sort out the logistics of managing the difficulties of Kali Yuga. That we'll work it out. Even the human race is fairly durable. It works out stuff. We're the smartest of animals because that's to our detriment. Our smartness may also, cover our stupidity. As Prabhupada was explaining, we're just a royal addition of the animals. But for the devotees, we'll take advantage of the ingenuity, as Prabhupada quotes. What's renunciation? Taking everything and using it in Krishna's service, knowing that ultimately everything belongs to Krishna. So that's what we do as devotees. And, we should also embrace these times as an opportunity to keep our Krishna consciousness moving forward, and sometimes that means being a little resourceful, especially in these times where we can't personally get together. But it's amazing. We can always go to the Bhagavatam class, right? We can always go to Mangalarti. Well, so long as they turn the Mangalarti on, you can go to Mangalarti, on your desk. That's what I do. Turn it on and then see what's happening. Only sometimes at 4:30 in the morning, it's on for 26 seconds and it's only black. So we should appreciate here in a temple how much what we're doing actually does encourage and inspire the rest of the devotees, and the devotees giving class. You know, there are people that really value that, and we should keep providing that as a service because it really is appreciated. There's really, and you know, the RT's broadcast. It really is a bit of it's a lifeline for the devotees. So, thank you. Srila Prabhupada Ki Jai. Let's watch the video.
The video has first part with the song and footage of Prabhupada. We'll just play that. Total is 10 or 11 minutes. So 5 minutes will do. Rest, the translation we already read. So there's no need.
Okay. Okay, that's good. Do you want me to turn the sound on? You've got to share your audio stream. When you share your screen, there's an option that you have to switch on first to share your audio. What? Yeah, I turn my sound off because I don't know what sound channel you're going to use.
Prabhupada-natham Govindadhamani Kalodharanyam Samshuddha-chitteshu Mahatmanam Samsthapayanyopi Samashrayam Vande Dayarthi Prabhupada-natham Shri Krishna Sankirtana Vahinina Sukharnaveyat Kripayeva Shaktam Nemantumetat Bhuvanam Sutaptam Vande Dayarthi Prabhupada-natham Rupo Yatha Gauramano Vilasham Asthapayallokahitaya Bhumya Siddhantavancham Kritavantathatam Vande Dayarthi Prabhupada-natham Tavanugana Virahaturana Vatprema Magnashaya Chatakana Karunya-varsham Tava Divya-vakyam Vande Dayarthi Prabhupada-natham Tamohi dashtam mama chitta-vrittim Prachara-shaktya paraya parartham Sanjeevaye sanjali-sevanartham Vande Dayarthi Prabhupada-natham Vande Dayarthi Prabhupada-natham.
Okay. Srila Prabhupada ki jai. Srila Prabhupada Vyasa-puja Mahatsava ki jai. Guru Bhaktivedanta ki jai. Okay, everybody grab some flowers. Let's do the Pushpanjali. We're probably going to broadcast this now on YouTube, is that right? Yeah, so we can close off this Teams event. Hare Krishna, everybody. We'll look forward to seeing you soon. All glories to Srila Prabhupada. Hare Bol. Okay, that's good. Watch out for this Bengali here. That's if you're going to dance, then you have to dance around. Not on it. Okay, grab some flowers, come close. Who you can get for joy? Om Jnana Timirandasya Yananjana Salakaya Chakshu Unmilitam Jena Tasmai Sri Guruve Namaha Sri Chaitanya Manavishtam Stapitam Jena Bhutale Swayam Rupa Tadamayam Tadati Sva Tadantikam Vandeham Sri Guru Sri Juta Parakamalam Sri Gurun Vaishnavamscha Sri Rupam Sagrajatam Sahagana Raghunatha Ambitamscha Tam Sajivam Sadvetam Savadutam Parijana Sahitam Krishna Chaitanya Devam Sri Radha, Krishna, Padan, Sahagana, Lalita, Sri Visakha, Amvitamscha, Nama Om Vishnu Padaya, Krishna Prasthaya, Bhutale, Srimate, Bhaktivedanta, Swamin iti namine, Namaste, Sarasvati Devi, Gauravani, Pracharine, Nirvisesha, Sunyavadi, Paschatya, Deshatarine, Nama Om Vishnu Padaya, Krishna Prasthaya, Bhutale, Srimate, Bhakti Siddhanta, Saraswati Namine, Sri Vashabhanavi Devi, Daitaya, Kripabdhaye, Krishna Sambandha, Vijnana, Dayane, Prabhave, Namaha, Madhuryujvala, Premadhya, Sirupanuga, Bhaktida, Srigora, Karuna Shakti, Vigrahaya, Namostute, Namaste, Gauravani, Sri Murtaye, Dinatarine, Rupanuga, Virudha, Apasidanta, Tvanta, Harine, Namo, Gaurakishoraya, Saksad Vairagya Murtaye, Vipralamba, Rasam Bodhe, Padambujaya, Te Namaha, Namo Bhaktivinodaya, Satchit Ananda Namine, Gaura Shakti, Swarupaya, Rupanuga, Varayate, Gauravir Bhava, Bhumestvam, Nirdeshta, Sajjana Priyaha, Vaishnava, Sarvabhoma, Sri Jagannathaya, Te Namaha, Vanchakalpatarubhyascha, Kripa Sindhubhya Evacha, Patitanam Pavanebhyo Vaishnavebhyo Namo Namaha, Namo Mahavadanyaya, Krishna Prema Pradayate, Krishnaya, Krishna Chaitanya, Namne, Gaura Tvishe, Namaha, Panchatattvatmakam Krishnam, Bhaktarupa Swarupakam, Bhaktavataram, Bhaktakhyam, Namami, Bhakta Shaktikam. Hey, Krishna, Karuna Sindhu, Dina Bandhu, Jagatpate, Gopesha, Gopika Kanta, Radha Kanta Namostute Jayatam Surato Pangur Mama Mandamatir Gati Matsarvasva Padambojo Radha Madana Mohano Divyad Vrindaranya Kalpa Drumadha Srimad Ratnagara Simhasanasto Srimad Radha Srila Govinda Devo Prashtalipi Sevyamano Smarami Sriman Rasa Rasarambhi Vamsi Bhatta Tatastitaha Karchan Venusvanayar Gopir Gopinata Sriye Astu Naha Tapta Kanchana Gaurangi Radhe Brindabaneshwari Vrishabhanu Sute Devi Pranamami Hari Priye Sri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Sri Advaita Gadadhara Sri Vasadi Gaura Bhakta Brinda Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare Nama Om Vishnu Padaya Krishna Prestaya Bhutale Srimate Bhaktivedanta Swami Iti Namine Namaste Saraswati Devi Gauravani Pracharine Nirvisesha Sunyavadi Paschatya Deshatarine Pushpanjali Camera. I'll get out of your way.
Move back, don't go forward. Don't go forward, camera.
Nama Om Vishnu Padaya Krishna Prestaya Bhutale Srimate Bhaktivedanta Swami Iti Namine Namaste Saraswati Devi Gauravani Pracharine Nirvisesha Sunyavadi Paschatya Deshatarine Isha Pushpanjali Vishnu Padaya Krishna Prestaya Bhutale Srimate Bhaktivedanta Swami Iti Namine Namaste Saraswati Devi Gauravani Pracharine Nirvishesha Sunyavadi Paschatya Teshatarine Esha Pushpanjali.
Bande Guru Sri Charanaravindam. Bande Guru Sri Charanaravindam. Sri Vigrahara Dhananityanamnam Sringaratanman Diramajanado. Yuktasya vakshan tananandatopi Bande Guru Sri Charanaravindam. Chaturveda Sri Bhagavad Prasado Sadvana Triptan Hari Vakta Sanyan. Vita eva triptin bhajato saraiva Bande Guru Sri Charanaravindam. Bande Guru Sri Charanaravindam. Bande Guru Sri Charanaravindam. Sri Radhikama Davayoraparo Madhu Jalila Gunaropanam Nam. Sri Radhikama Davayoraparo Madhu Jalila Gunaropanam Nam. pratikshana dhanalolupasya Vande Guru Sri Charanaravindam. Nikunjayuno Ratikeli Siddhai Jajali Virkti Irapekshaniya Tatra de rata dati valavasya Vande Guru Sri Charanaravindam. Shakshadaritena shamastra sastre yuktasya tavan yatayeva sadvi. Ekento prabhaya pirayeva tasya Vande Guru Sri Charanaravindam. Jasya prasadar bhagavat prasado Jasya prasadan nagati katopi. Hedayam suvam tasya jayasya shanyan Vande Guru Sri Charanaravindam. Vande Guru Sri Charanaravindam. Vande Guru Sri Charanaravindam. Jaya Jaya Prabhupada, 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 Prabhupada. Jaya Jaya Prabhupada, 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 Jaya Prabhupada. Jaya Jaya Prabhupada, 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 Jaya Prabhupada. Nama Om Vishnu Padaya Krishna Prestaya Bhutale Srimate Bhaktivedanta Swami Iti namine. Jaya Sri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Sri Advaita Gadadhar Sri Vasadi Gaur Bhakta Vrinda. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama,